Yeah, she's calling back. We're going to try to give her a call again, and then she just added another phone number to the 13-year-old grandson who's possibly with the daughter. Step out with this.
2412.
Veteran crisis hotline's calling in, so they have a female veteran off her medication. She's at work to Safe Haven. Attacking 12, take a check that one out.
6 Rumble, 2 point start, take a shot.
Also still saying with this.
2412.
Yes, that beautiful saxophone. Whew, what's up, everybody? Good evening. Man, it's going to be a crazy night. Did you guys get to see the highlight video I put out before the show? What? Yeah, we're going to be going into that. We're going to be going into some of the Two of the Frat Boys, a little bit of Kapaka, and then whatever you guys have been sending me, we're going to go through all that stuff as well. David Loach, David Barriocha. Good evening. Go ahead and say hello, and then we'll go ahead and get into it. Kid Kitty, I'm loving this blue on StreamYard. It's sweet for the chat. Hopefully they let the emojis play on the screen too. Kid Kitty, ticket number 4, thank you. There it is right there. Are all the delays at 1122 King Road because of this? Man, if you didn't see it, I'll show the video here tonight. But man, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's like, wait, was there some kind of agreement? Is there some kind of, I don't know. Well, we're going to look into it, but it's like, is there some kind of agreement where they kind of like think about the internship program at WSU, right? What are they doing? They hire the students to self-surveil. Think about it. So maybe the university hires Sigma Chi members that are first responders to handle calls. Katrina, ticket number 7, thank you, appreciate you. Yoli, ticket number 8. Jeannie, ticket number 11 with the upside down smiley, thank you, appreciate that. Dre, ticket number 13. 49er girl, ticket 17. Y'all should be getting your coffee cups today, tomorrow, something like that. Shouldn't be too much longer. It's pretty quick. We'll be giving one away tonight too. Typically unique, ticket number 21. Thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you. We'll be giving another one later on tonight. We'll do one. We're going to take some calls too in a few, but I want to show this to you guys. And also, I was chilling back watching another documentary last night, and they were talking about, and these were former PD, and they were talking about search warrants and PCAs and some of the stuff they were talking about. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for copyright or something, so what I might do is I might like cover up the screen and have the music play, but you guys got to hear this stuff from these former LE when they're talking about, yeah, sometimes we have to embellish because we keep handing the judge, and the judge keeps saying, I need more, and so sometimes, and there's people that were judges, there's people that were former LE, they're all talking about it, about how sometimes if they don't have a direction, they embellish a little bit. So I thought we would check that out too after a bit. It's pretty interesting. Mary, golden ticket 25, appreciate you. What's up, Pammy B, ticket 16. You missed my 3-month anniversary. Aw. Oh, I'm sorry, 49er girl. Yeah, sometimes this is the thing about StreamYard, and this is, I wish they would update it, because honestly, I don't need my chat to take up like a third of my screen. So what happens is I only get to see, like everybody on YouTube, y'all get to see like 7, 8, 10 messages. when it comes to StreamYard, I only get to see, like, depending on how long it is, sometimes I only get to see one message. So if it's got 2 lines in it, then I can see 4 messages. If it has 3 lines in it, I can see 3 messages. If it has 4 lines in it, I can see 2 messages. And if it has 5 lines or more, it usually takes up my whole right side of my screen. So when I am able to, because I would love, I do see other people's setups and stuff, and I see how they have, like, this thing here and this thing here, and like, it's got all the stuff going on. It would be, that's for the future. So I do apologize if I miss some of you guys' chats. I do. I wish StreamYard would allow you. StreamYard, can you allow us to customize our chat box? Can I, like, configure it so I can actually, or just give us, like, a smaller feed or something? I don't know. It drives me nuts because, like, when Batismo drops a message, it covers up the whole thing, but I have to have not Batismo, Nightbot. So I have to, but yeah, eventually. I mean, I built me this custom thing for my camera here, and I built it so I can have the ability to attach different things to it, all the way from it takes up, like, let me see, 3.5 feet wide, maybe. I built this custom rack for my camera, and then whatever attachments in the future that I can kind of put on it. So if I can, I don't know, I guess I'll have to look on Amazon or something and see if there's something. It's just, if I have to go off Wi-Fi because the internet kind of sucks here, no matter what's replaced. If anything goes off of Wi-Fi, then unfortunately it affects the stream, and then and then I'm like, and it's not very fun. So in due time. Yes, please listen, StreamYard. Sunday nights they have a show. Maybe I'll see if everybody wants to go hang out with me on their StreamYard Sunday night show, because I drop stuff in there and they don't even pay attention to my questions. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. It's like, why can't you answer? Like the last couple shows I was asking them, I put up a question and I was like, why can't you have the emojis animate on screen like they do on YouTube when you're displaying YouTube messages? You're showing the emojis. See? You're showing the emojis. What's up, detective? Why can't you show, like, the animations for the super chats, right? Like, come on. Let's get some animations going on the screen here, like if there's a super chat or a super sticker or something, I can see the coffee cup guy shoving the coffee cup on the screen. It'd be freaking beautiful, but they don't want to answer that. Dandy, what's up, Ticket 30? They don't want to answer that. Detective 31. Yeah, they don't want to answer that. All right, give me 1 second. I put out a highlight earlier, and here's the whole video. I'm going to show you the whole video. Give me 1 second. But this is... I got this from one of you guys, and I can't remember. So if it was you, shout your name out. I got this from one of you guys. I want to share it with you because, we've been talking a lot about the coroner and stuff lately. And when I was looking up stuff this afternoon, and I was like, that's weird. Some of these reports are stating that MPD showed up at noon. Like, what? And then officers showed up within a half an hour afterwards. More officers were showing up, and I was like, wait a minute, what? So we'll show you. It's, I don't know, all this shit just came out of nowhere. this afternoon, I came across this one video. This one video here, and it's like, what, huh? Wait, what, huh? What? All right. But I got to show you guys this real quick. Give me 1 second. I got to do the switcheroo, and I'm not picking my nose. All right, so this is what I came across from one of you all here. This is very interesting because we've been talking a lot about the coroner, when the coroner's supposed to be there, what the responsibilities of the coroner are. Why wasn't the coroner why is the coroner not showing up until 5:30, having to wait until the officers do their investigation, this and this, that and that. And I was like, well, how in the hell did you pronounce the time of death? Because look, I think this was Caddy. I mean, how did you pronounce the time of death at noon? Skittles 37. How did you pronounce the death at noon if you didn't even show up until If you didn't show up until 5:30, how in the hell is the death pronounced at noon? And this goes into the highlight video that I made right before the show. Good vibes, ticket 35. Thank you. This goes with the why I started my intro the way that I did. This is not conspiracy. This is real questions. When I come across this awards video, as I'm not even looking for Sigma Chi shit. I wasn't even looking for Sigma Chi stuff. I was looking for individual stuff. And I came across this, and it was at the bottom, and I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm bored. I'm taking some notes. Let me check it out real quick. Let me see what this video is, right? And so I'm sitting here taking notes, and it's just a bunch of music playing. And so I'm like looking up as I'm taking some notes, and I'm looking up, kind of watching it. And all of a sudden, I look up the third fucking time, and I was like, whoa, hold on a minute. Rewind. What is this? What the hell is this? And then I started thinking, oh, whoa, hold on a minute. Is this the reason for the delays? We've already went into the plan of action a long time ago. We discussed the hierarchy and how things get processed and move along, right? So then I'm starting to think, well, shit, if WSU offers students a program where they self-surveil their campus for their own safety, maybe with all of the bad rug stuff, maybe that university, Idaho, maybe they have some kind of back deal agreement with the frats. Hey, guess what? We need some of you frat boys or sorority girls that are paramedics or that are, internship. It'll go to 911. The calls will get dispatched to the interns, specifically the interns that deal with whatever happened at that location for that fraternity or sorority. Is that the reason? Because we don't understand the delay, never understood any of the delays, whether it was the delay from when the crime took place, whether it was the delay from when 911 was called, or whether it was the delay when MPD showed up. The delay with the coroner, that's another thing. I'm talking MPD. Are all of those delays because of something like this, some kind of internship program? We're going to get into it tonight. Diana, ticket 41, thank you. Appreciate you. Collateral damage, number 40. Thank you for hopping in. That's why I made my highlight before the show, because I'm sitting here going, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just like last night with Steve Words. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So I'm going to play this video here real quick. Again, how in the hell are you pronouncing the death at 12 noon for all of these beautiful souls if you didn't even show up until 5:30? Yo. Just saying. All right, here's this video. Check this out. Check this out. I'm going to mute the music because it's a bunch of music and I just don't feel like having to mute it anyway in the future. So check this out, everybody. They're going through their challenges, their obstacles, all of this important stuff. You know, introducing the old, introducing the new counselor, you know, all of these different things. Oh, but hold on one second. You got to hear this guy say something here. Hold on.
100 people participate.
Now, I'm sitting here taking notes, people. I'm sitting here taking notes at my desk, and I'm looking up, and I'm kind of doing this, and I'm looking up, and then I'm doing this, and then I'm looking up, and I go, what the fuck was that? And I just watch.
Over 1,200 people participated in this 83rd Grand Chapter.
Watch.
Outside of the 150th celebration in 2005, this is by far the largest gathering in modern Sigma Chi history.
And I said, what the hell is this? I looked up from my notes and I said, what the heck? Hold on, rewind, pause. What? I'll just let that sit that, or I'll let that sit there for a minute. 49er girl, contribution call out. 49er girl, $5 super chat, CJ. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm going, what? What the hell did I just see? Isn't this crazy? Everybody, look at this. We commissioned 2 recognition pins for pandemic responders and first responders. Internship? Delay? Do you understand where I'm coming from? Golden ticket number 41. Thank you, K. Miller. What's up, Composer C? I was like, oh, hell no. And all I did was look up from my notes. I'm glad I caught it because I would have never even. I'm glad I checked it out. What's up, Crystal? How are you? Yeah. Crazy shit. So it's like, hold on. We already talked about Sigma Chi having a plan of action. You know, we went through the whole hierarchy and we went through the steps and the process, and if this happens, when it comes to passings, if this happens and it's here or it's here and this and that, and you got to do this and we have to do this and this and this, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Did 911 get called, and then because it was, even though it's not on university property, they always talk about it as it is. It's a Sigma Chi, right? Right by Sigma Chi, just a couple blocks away. Therefore, Sigma Chi is responsible for that neighborhood, right? If it was some kind of internship program where each of the fraternities I don't know. All right, let me see here. We're going to get to this is from Michi Girl. I wanted to share this real quick. Let me flip my screen here. She sent me an article, and she said, hey, this is an interesting article from 2022. What's up, Crystal? Especially considering everything that's came out since. I'm talking, right, detective. Like Koberger, think about it like this. Koberger was applying for the surveillance, right? We showed the program. We had the chief of police, Washington State University, the chief of police. They were talking about, we went through the whole thing and how it was a program that they came up with. We read the articles and how it was created, remember, because the spike in crimes, especially assaults on the campus of Washington State University, jumped up 40% in 1 year. And that's why they came up with this internship. And the reason that it's an internship is because the chief of police didn't want to use his own force to do the surveilling. We'll go ahead and set it up. We'll go ahead and collect. We'll go ahead and do these things, but it's up to the students to do the work, right? It's up to the students to collect the information. We'll take the information once it's collected, but it's up to the students to collect it, right? And so that's the internship that we're talking about with WSU, the same one Koberger. He was trying to do the forensics and the digital cloud, the surveillance, all of those things, right? Digital footprints. So when I looked up, okay, because my mind, like I've always told people, it's like 1,000 tiles just until shit just matches. I don't know. That's just how my mind works. So like I had the delays in my head. I had first responders. I had, all of this stuff, right? And when I look up and I see this, and I go, whoa, 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 whoa. I think WSU internship program. I think delays at the property. I think Sigma Chi fight. I think Sigma Chi 2 blocks away. I think all of these different things. And I'm going, hold on, shit. Huh? Could this be some kind of internship? And I'm not even saying it has to be on paper, because think about it. As much as we all talk about how the frats and sororities are, in tow with the President Green, right? It doesn't have to be on paper. It could be like, yo, medical responders, hey, we're running an internship program. Whenever you get these calls that are between these hours, right? From whenever you get a call from 10 p.m. until 6 a.m., it needs to go to the interns, right? It needs to go to the interns. 911 call still goes to the call center. 911 dispatches to the intern. So think about it. If Washington State has an internship that surveils their whole campus, the university, right? How can, when it comes to medical response, you got to be like on top of it, especially with all the rug problems that happen over there. Okay, you got to be on top of it. You're not just sitting there watching a screen or something. You're not going through files. You're not watching screens. You actually have to go to it. You're not looking for it. It's a different time period. So that's why I'm saying if you break down the neighborhoods with the fraternities and the sororities, that would be the zones for those interns to then get called as first responders too, because they need to be in 30 seconds. They need to be within a minute. They need to be within 2 minutes. So you break it off into neighborhoods. You break it off into, okay, Sigma Chi, this was your, right? Sigma Chi, this was yours. You need to go handle it. Plausible deniability. Oh, we didn't know that. Why did the delay take so long? I don't know. Ask them. I don't know. Plausible deniability. I don't know. We're going to be looking more into it. Trust me. What's up, Michelle? Mishi girl, how are you? We're going to be going into that article you shared here real quick. I don't know. It's just something that popped in my head. I'm like, what do y'all think? Because I don't know. When you look at the, there's like, what was it? Community K Miller. What was it? Community companionship awards between the fucking police and the fucking frats. I mean, just wait. Just wait. I'm gonna show you guys that too. It's fucking crazy. They're linked, man. They're so linked. That's why do you think the university was in all the meetings and all the press conferences and all this? Because they're linked. They're linked. Ooh, that's a good picture right there. That shows some open windows. Hold on. All right. Let me save this real quick. All right. Forensic expert. Idaho suspect couldn't have fled without a copious amount of blood on them. Forensic expert Joseph Scott Morgan. Oh, we can play it. Cool.
Let's bring in forensics expert Joseph Scott Morgan now to join us and hopefully shed a little more light.
Is it going to go full screen?
Joseph, great to have you on the program with us. You know, as you, a week removed from this crime, look at it from afar, we possibly have evidence at the crime scene when it comes to the amount of blood people have talked about, footprints, there's tire tracks possibly outside the residence. Certainly, we're hoping there's some digital video evidence perhaps in the neighborhood.
What's up, Teresa?
What to you would be the most important piece of evidence to focus?
Well, it's certainly going to be revolving around the movements of this individual within the residence, because we have 4 individual victims, and this is very up close and personal. We're talking about an edged weapon. That's what they've said. So just imagine, if you will.
What's up, Tracy?
As horrible as this is, every individual that was attacked subsequent to the first one, you'll have what's referred to as a commingling of blood, where they're transferring evidence from person to person to person. Mm-hmm. Now, it's significant because since there was so much blood spilled, it is impossible for this individual who perpetrated this horrible crime to have gotten out of there without having a copious amount of blood on them. And there's a chance that they probably tracked through the house. And I don't just mean walking through puddles of blood, but it would be on their hands. They're going to be touching various surfaces. They're going to be leaving little bits and pieces, little breadcrumbs, if you will, all the way through the house. That's what they're doing at the scene right now. It's very subtle. They have to be very painstaking.
And think about what Mabbott, when we went over again Mabbott's interview, where she talked about the scene right in the beginning of the video, and she had to stop herself from saying too much more. No wonder the sound is so low. Here we go.
And what they're doing.
So I spoke with Dr. Baden earlier today. I asked him, because we had seen a clip earlier of the father saying that they had warned him that it could take a while. I asked Dr. Baden, how long does it take to process DNA and this blood? Here's what he said.
If there was a struggle, there are defensive wounds and any scratch marks. All of the fingernails of the 4 victims would be examined, these fingernail scrapings, to see if there's any DNA from the perpetrator, which can occur during a struggle. Once it's collected, it can be done within the 24, 48 hours, as would happen here, because the FBI facilities are pinpointed here. So the actual process can be done in 48 hours. If they got fingernail scrapings, that'll be done very quickly. It's finding the evidence, so looking at all of the blood at the scene and seeing if there's anything there that might have come from a different person.
Joseph, he also mentioned that the killer could have worn gloves. And so my question is, how could that alter the ability to find out who this was?
Well, yeah, that is an issue. Certainly, if the individual has essentially, gloved their hands, you're not going to have the opportunity in that sense to get what's called touch DNA, where we have sloughing skin cells that fall away, and you get kind of a partial strand relative to that. But one more thing we have to think about, in the cases that I've worked relative to sharp force injury cases, particularly when you've got a fever event where you've got multiple stab wounds, it is not unusual for the perpetrator to have actually cut themselves. So when we talk about commingling of blood here, you can actually have an essence of the perpetrator per their blood. If they,
yeah, wasn't there 2 people that went to the hospital? And I remember one of the first interviews that Christy G was, I think it might have been the first one, honestly. I think it might have been the first one. She was saying, I remember, I think they were outside. I feel like she was outside when they did one of these first interviews, and but I remember her talking about saying, if anybody knows anybody that went to like the corner store or a gas station even and was getting bandages, anybody that she said something like their injuries, they would have had, the injuries that needed something to that effect. I can't remember exactly, but I remember her talking about asking people to look or try and remember people they might have seen going to stores or gas stations for bandages and things like that. Yeah, I know. That's why I said BK doesn't have a Bissell backpack. He's not, like, oh shit, and then leaves. I mean, why would somebody clean something up? It's why do you clean something? Because you don't want to get caught, or you don't want it to be dirty. Now, do you think the dudes had a Bissell machine? I mean, do you think he came in there with a kill kit and a Bissell carpet cleaner? Is that, like a backpack? A duffel bag. He would need a duffel bag. So maybe that's what he did. Maybe he brought a duffel bag that had 3 sections in it, one for an extra pair of clothes, one for the weapons, and the other one for the Bissell carpet cleaner and all the chemicals to make blood not appear on the floor, on the carpet. I mean, I've spilled root beer. I've spilled root beer on carpet. like, it's we're talking, we're talking red stuff. I No, you know what would take 8 hours? You know what would take 8 hours? It for carpet to dry. That would take 8 hours. For carpet? Yeah. Because if you clean up a footprint, right? You clean up a footprint and you clean up not root beer, but you clean up blood. Oh boy, that's going to take a lot of chemicals. It's going to take a lot of water. It's going to take a lot of water. And what's that going to take? It's going to take a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of time to dry the carpet long enough so that when the investigators come in, and the reason they don't notice a latent footprint is because the carpet was already dry. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's up, D Marie? Ticket 49. Thank you. Appreciate you. I mean, think about it. If you have to clean up something off a carpet, something that's wine, think of wine. Okay? It's not even as thick. So you don't have to clean it as much. But think about wine. If anybody's spilled wine on their carpet and how long it took to clean it up and how long it would take for that carpet to dry, because think about it. No carpet? I thought there was carpet right in front of there. Yeah, I know. It sounds good, don't it? It ain't BK's. It's somebody that stepped in the path and went, "Oh shit. Oh shit." Eight-hour delay. Oh, I mean, shit. On laminate, it's a swipe. How do you? No, I don't think it was her. I think it was somebody that accidentally. I mean, it could have been. It could have been. Who? If it was her, it was because she came out of her room. If it was her, she came out of her room and probably stepped right around the corner so she could kind of hear what's going on upstairs. I don't know why you'd come out of your room. I don't know why you'd come out of your room, though. When you can open your door right there and do the same thing. You can get the same acoustics if you just open your door and lean out, have your ear towards. You'd probably have better acoustics, I would imagine, than going across. Hold on, let me pull it up. Maybe the kitchen. Okay, there we go. And let me. So yeah. Well, that ain't taking very long to clean. That's a swipe. But if you're at this door, I would think you get better acoustics. If you lean your head out there instead of right here. Now, I don't know if that's exactly where the footprint is. I think that's just based off of where the person was walking towards, but not out. And so maybe it's there, but for all we know, let's see, what does this say to other rooms? But all we know, that footprint could be right in front of that closet door. But if it's that messy, there would have to be a path right here. And if there's only one, it means somebody else was already either not stepping in the traffic or stepping in the traffic, and the footprint that's there was not on the traffic. That's the only way it could be there. What's up, Gone? That's the only way it could be there. Ticket 58, Sherlock, thank you. What's up, Crafts and Crime? 57, Tracy, 56. That's the only way it could be there. Otherwise, so I don't even, I feel like the footprint would be right in front of the closet door, because I feel like somebody, or it could be there, but just in a different direction, because it's like somebody walked in it and was like, because there's only one. So it's like somebody walked in and was like, oh shit. Now, maybe because of the trail and all of the stuff that's there, maybe that's the only shoe print that was legible when it came to applying the products to it. But again, why would there only be one? You would see a trail going somewhere, right? You would see a trail, but there's no trail. They would have said here, oh, the trail shows this person walked out the door. They don't even state that. There's just one. They don't know how they walked out the door. So again, why is there only one? Does anyone think that they were placed there? Or does that? I saw in early days there was at least one pick of evidence photos being taken off of the ground near in the in that little wooded area in the back. What the hell, typically? Damn. Be safe. Oh, thank you, Golf. It's so weird because it's so weird because wouldn't there be other footprint? Yeah. I mean, but legible, right? Legible. Because they only have a footprint. There could be footprints all over, and they're like, well, I don't know if this is a Nike or Adidas or McGregor's or what. I don't know what's what. I don't even know what size, because they're all trampling all over the other footprints, right? And because I think everybody, and this is also why I think everybody came into the front door, not these doors right here, because then I think that they might have thought at some point that there was a trail, or maybe if somebody walked out there. I think everybody came up to this. I think everybody came up these stairs and was here, and all gathered here because of what was right here. Okay. So you have to imagine most of the group is going to be here. Now there's going to be a couple people that go this way because they're going to go upstairs, or maybe not, and they see what is right there too, and they're like, oh shit, maybe that's why you get your footprint, because somebody was trying to walk around. Because when you see the people that are taking pictures of this specific area right here, you see how the lady kind of jumps back from DM's room, her doorway, and kind of jumps over this spot right here, and the other guy's standing right in this hallway. He's like standing there in this this doorway of the hallway here. He's standing in it. So to me, it's like there was a trail here. They kind of like walked around it. They got to this point. They couldn't walk around it to go upstairs. And so maybe that's why somebody accidentally stepped in it. But BK's, they're not going to clean up their own freaking footprint. They're not gonna. Most people, they just would have came here. I bet you maybe one, maybe two went there, but I bet most of them gathered here because there was a little bit of trail here going from the hallway to the bedroom. I bet you not only that's why they were taking pictures here, but I bet you that's why they were taking pictures down these stairs, because I think that some of the trail from here of the group that was up here trying to look through the hallway to see it, I feel like that's maybe where they picked up a little bit of the traffic. And then as they headed downstairs to leave, that's why you see some of the investigators kind of looking over there at the very top of the stairs, because at the very top, that's where most of your traffic collection is going to be. And then as you go down, it's going to come off. And so I think that's why they were kind of looking over in this area right here too. Not only taking photos here of the traffic and whatever else might have been on the floor, but also the leftover traffic from people that were collecting up here, just to try and get a view right here instead of over this railing, which you could only get like maybe a couple people and that's it. They're gonna want to like look from this direction, and so a little bit kind of came off over there. What's up, Amy? How are you doing? Thought other tire tracks. It's not a one-legged. I mean, why would there be only one? What's up, Crime Lies? Ticket 62, thank you. No, not where you'd park or in the woods. It was a concrete like walkway near the apartments. I'm not going toward. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm glad you turned around. If it's even, I mean, I think they're just suggested. And I think I think the statements are coming from people that work for the university that interviewed the students, and that's where they got the statements from. Because they said, hey, we're going to have to tell you. I know you don't want to talk to them, but you have to talk to us. That's what we're here for. We've already talked before, you know me. You've sat on my couch and talked to me before. Come on. Come on, Dylan. What happened that morning? Talk to me. I'll tell them. You just tell me, okay? You're comfortable here. You just tell me. I'll tell them. Body behavior analysis tells me what it likely is. She steps over, she actually straddles and down and swabs. Yeah, they moved kind of weird in there, didn't they? What's up, Shauna? They moved kind of weird in there. Let me put it back on here. Crazy shit. Where is that? Why there was a delay? First responders from Sigma Chi responding to the neighborhood for a dispatch call because we are interns helping the city of Moscow because we got these awards that we have together. Let me see here. I got to scroll up. Where did we put it? I think it's in the community chat. Hold on, I got to look. Yeah, here's one of them. So when it comes to Sigma Chi, look at this. They got partnership awards. Excellence in community involvement. Now look. Community Partner of the Year, Campus Partner of the Year, University Staff Community Partner of the Year, and who's first responders? Who in Sigma Chi was going to school or was already a first responder, a volunteer, internship? That too, Michelle. You know, the crazy thing about criminals, especially if they do it to people they know when it comes to criminal activity, because most of the time, you may not believe me, but look it up. Most of the time, criminal activity inside your home comes from somebody that you know. Most of the time. What do those people do when criminal activity takes place? Most of those people will show up back at the crime and go, "Oh my gosh, what happened? Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, we're going to help you find whoever did this. We're going to help you find whoever did this." They show up to pretend like they didn't know what happened, and they show up to pretend to help find whoever committed this crime so you don't think it's them. I've always thought that, Amy, that the reason they didn't know how the person left was because and if you go based off the door conversation of that room and how it wasn't able to be opened. It took so much to get it open. Why wouldn't the person have went out their window and hopped down from the roof? You can go to some of my early shows and I talk about that same thing, because I show you the height of a SUV of a cop car that's backed in right to where that person would have jumped down. And I'm telling you, if you're going to tell me that you're jumping just a couple feet higher than a police SUV onto gravel, that's not a soft cushion, please. And you're in your late teens, early 20s, shit, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. And they never looked at it. They never looked at the roof. You never seen them out there looking on the roof. You never seen them taking photos. You never seen it. Oh, we don't know how they left. Well, why don't you check all the other fucking exits in the house that there could be, Windows. Third floor balcony. Hello? Third floor balcony. The back corner of the property next to the road. Guess what? It ain't that high either. It's not that high either. Because they never left inner circle, used a shower. Who knows? But Think about it. Oh my gosh, what happened? You're one of the first ones to what happened? Whoa, huh? Oh my gosh, I'm going to help you find this person, whoever did this. Who's the one that has all the weapons that who's the one that has all the weapons that kind of match? Especially off adrenaline. And Crystal, when we went into this drone cam, you see bricks that were disturbed. Let me go to it real quick. Hold on. You see bricks that are disturbed. And it's like, whoa, did somebody really come running out the side and you know, think the brick was actually like planted and a couple bricks fell down? So let me share this real quick. This is Inquisitor. And I'll drop the link to the drone footage in chat. And I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Off.
All right, so this is the drone footage. Let me switch the screens so you can see it better. See if I'm too high. So we'll take this off. And I'll show you what we're doing. See all these bricks right here, coming down right here? Not the white things, the darker landscaping bricks that would come off of that wall. Now, when it zooms in, I'll show you. It almost is like somebody grabbed that corner and took off one too. Where's Bethany gonna see people probably walking in front of her window, in her bedroom window, as they kind of came around this wooded area and back up into the parking lot. Okay, I think it goes after this. Here it is. Now this red line's gonna mess it up. See those bricks at the bottom? See the bricks? All right. Let me show you this. Yeah. See how there's like wet parts to it, right? See how there's wet parts to it? Now watch. Because there's nothing like that on these other landscaping bricks either. Watch. I'm going to show you a couple other things too. You got snow off to the right. You see anything melting? There's nothing melting. Okay. It's been a long time since I've seen this. Hold on. Maybe it zoomed in before it went to. Hold on. Because I remember it zoomed in on. No, it does go to the. Okay, hold on. Okay. So it's going to zoom in here and I'm going to pause it. All right, pause. All right, now see the bricks next to it. Okay, you see the two up here, and it has it could be a footprint. See right here, it could be from a boot, right? That's facing up and down. Who knows? All I know is no other bricks or rocks in this area have that kind of difference in texture. Okay. Now look at the two below that. So when you're laying bricks, see how the one brick on top covers the half of the brick underneath. That's how you set the bricks for strength. Now you see those two right next to it. It has a lighter shade of brick. None of the other bricks have that. What does that tell you? it tells you that there was another brick right there, because I guarantee you if you picked up those other bricks or any other bricks that are sitting there, you would see the same discoloration under those bricks too, because it's called weathering. Now, the reason that it has a lighter shade is because it was protected from the other rock that was sitting on top of it. So to me, I see a rock with some kind of spots on it that don't appear on any other. And then I also see discoloration on brick that I don't see anywhere else. And so to me, it looks like something was on top of the top two, the brick that where the lighter shade came off and fell down. So when you're looking, when we zoom back and you look back here, see those couple bricks right there? It makes me wonder if somebody did go out that way and then tried to do a quick one because they didn't know the drop off, and then a couple bricks just fell down as they were taken off in a rush because they're filled with adrenaline. Now it's going to show it again. And here's the link for this if you can see it. Right there. You can see them falling down right there. Here's the link. You can see them. They're down on the ground right there. And it might even, who knows, one might have been laying there already because it doesn't look at the wall. It's not very strong. But it's one of those was sitting right there and it fell down there. There's no other spots. You can look at all these other bricks. There's no other spots on these bricks like there is with those two spots right there. There's no other. Shout out to the Inquisitor for the awesome drone footage too. Kids like, yeah, that's what they reported. They said that that's what neighbors had said. Why is there rope? This rope right here? Who knows? They probably had signs hanging down from them. There was some of the houses when I was there. Some of the houses, it was crazy, man. Some of these houses, I couldn't believe the signs that they had hanging up. It was like so and so sucks balls, and like it was just crazy shit. I'm like, damn. Here I'm thinking like bow tie and suit coats and shit, and it's like so and so sucks dick. I was like, whoa. Whoa. All right, hold on 1 second here. Now I'm going to try and play this, and I want you guys to hear. I'm going to cover up the screen. But I want you guys to hear what it says, and this talks about PCAs and stuff. All right? And I'll tell you their names as they appear. I'll let you know who it is as we're hearing it. But you got to hear this stuff. This is former judges, law enforcement, and this is talking about PCAs and search warrants. And if they don't have anything in the, or if they're running into a situation where the judge is like, we need more, we need more, we need more. they embellish, and it's so. Let me get here real quick. 1:30:53, and I'll share the link with this. This is Killer Crime Channel. And 1 second, share that too. Killer Crime Documentary. So I was watching this. So I'll leave this up there as we listen to this. Now check this out. Killer Crime Documentary. I'll share the link to the video in a second. Now this is them talking PTA, and I'm going to pause it or mute it at certain points because some of the stuff this dude says pertains to something else. So, came across this last time.
Uses a couple of confidential informants, and we have no idea of their reliability.
Oh yeah, people, embellish in search warrants to get it, so they can get it. It's not, in my experience, it wasn't something that was widely done, but there were times that you'd hear about it was done.
But seriously, what are they going to do? They're going to try to.
So here's the link to this video. I started the timestamp at 1 minute and 30 seconds. And just check this out for a minute. We're just gonna, it's about 2 minutes or so, maybe 3.
But at the end of the day, they're going to lie.
And they had to get a search warrant, and they couldn't come up with, the probable cause for it. So sometimes it was embellished or, made up.
That's what Tim Brennan told me personally.
So I'm going to mute this. It pertains to this. And this is in regards to the Tupac case.
And he's basically saying, and I don't want to start dissension between two different departments, but he said
well, it's funny because everything we had came from Tim.
Can't always take what they say 100% true, because you always have to look at a motive for somebody of why are they saying what they're, why are they telling me what they telling me? Do they have a motive?
You have to.
And I'm just muting it as some of these other parts, and just to help, trying to protect the show.
For a reason. You have to solicit a response from the judge. You have to get the judge to believe the story.
Is there some reason why they're doing this? Because, I mean, it may be something other than the truth.
If they had told the judge, hey, there's just some random arm that came out of a car, we really don't know who it is, and we really don't know who was responsible for it, and it may or may not have been related to a chain snatch earlier that day or 2 months earlier, and we're really not sure of that, there's not a very good likelihood that that judge is going to sign that search warrant.
They don't like him, or they don't like the individual, or they got something against the individual, or somebody told them, I need you to pin this guy.
And no witness
Isn't it crazy what you hear?
said anything about Tupac saying anything, especially the line, are you from?
See, it's
I just do it all the time.
That was intentionally added to the search warrant to give it a flavor of contradiction and to identify the South with the Southside Crips. And this was to make it appear gang motivated.
When a judge signs a search warrant, that judge is absolutely relying upon the representations made in the affidavit, and the affidavit has to be under oath.
It's important to understand that this kind of a false narrative emphasizes the fact that there was a fight and it made it Tupac versus the Southside Crips. So it set up the big fight.
The judge is relying upon the veracity and truthfulness of that police officer.
The statements made by Tim Brennan were not simply academic.
It's like I said, I was watching another documentary, and this is about and I heard this stuff about.
There are times, and I was a judge myself, where you get the call at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning from the drug enforcement officers that they want to come to your house and they have you sign a search warrant.
It's like when we served the search warrant on my undercover operation, the affidavit was this thick.
The affidavit says that somebody got out of the car.
See, it's crazy. And this is, like I said, there's the link for the video. Save it. I started at 1 hour and 30-minute timestamp. It's going into PC.
Make darn sure as a judge that you're attentive, you're attuned to what they're doing, and you have some clarity.
Well, if all your facts are based upon the opinion or assumptions of other individuals and you have no confirmation of that by other witnesses, then you're going to go back and you're going to put your affidavit together and you say, I am swearing to these truths that were given to me. And these truths may not be truths. They're only opinions and assumptions.
For example, if someone got out of the passenger
Isn't this crazy? I was like, holy shit, this goes along with like everything that we're talking about here.
did that, but it didn't happen.
So the detective that is getting the information must be able to confirm or to have other evidentiary value to verify them as truths.
In my era,
see, isn't that crazy?
If I was caught lying, it would have been the end of my career. I would have been fired. They wouldn't have whitewashed. They would have fired me.
Each one of the statements made in Tim Brennan's affidavit that were incorrect were not made accidentally.
Okay, so I'm going to let that mute for a second. Hold on. It's almost done. I just couldn't believe when I was hearing this. I was like, this is crazy. This goes along with like the stuff that we're talking about here.
It and you say, are you from the South? That's not just a simple mistake.
Wordsmithing. They're talking wordsmithing in PCAs, in search warrants.
Because you've already lied on the record, and therefore you have no credibility anymore, so therefore they can't use you.
And it got to the point where Compton had to do something.
It began before dawn.
So I just wanted to play that real quick. No, it's not Cuomo. It's those were real. Like I said, here's the link again. What's up, Golf? Here's the link again. You can go to the 1 hour, 30-minute mark. It's a documentary. And as I was sitting there watching it last night, I was like, holy stuff. All of this that they're talking about, the PCA and, the search warrants and how stuff doesn't make sense and how it looks embellished and all of these other things. I'm just going, whoa. I know it had to do with the Tupac case, but dang, it's like, hello, that's what it looks like. Does the PCA not look like it's embellished?
Hi.
What's up?
Yeah, you're right. Actually, I mean, that's my first thought too. When I read it, it's like they do that. And I think it's probably pretty common. It's just, they just so happen to talk about it openly in this documentary, I guess.
I'm not putting the names, but when you watch the documentary, you'll see the names, what agency they worked for,
Okay.
what they did for their titles. Yeah, I didn't want to play it and show it.
I think all of them do the wordsmithing though, because as much as the prosecution, the defense does the same thing, they know how to wordsmith. That's their talent, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when if they have a judge that is like, no, I need more. I need more.
Yeah.
I need more.
Yeah. And they should. Like, of course, a PCA is a probable cause affidavit. You just need probable cause. But if you wordsmith something enough, you'll get your probable cause. It's probably easy, just like a grand jury indictment. I'm guessing,
Oh, yeah. Like, that's why they say the ham sandwich.
Yeah,
thing, because really it's, and that's why we didn't understand why Longston was arguing beyond a reasonable doubt when they didn't even need it. I could see them like needing a photo because I don't know, they probably couldn't understand the DNA or the cast data. The cast data should have been easy to provide, like you're talking a map and some numbers and papers and stuff.
I mean, you would think they would have that already.
Yeah, especially if
they arrested him. Like, you base a lot of things on that data. So why don't you have that? That's scary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why it always seemed like they were just waiting on evidence to materialize that never ended up happening. and they got stuck with putting their chips all in, and now they got to pretend like they have that straight, but really they don't. But yeah, it is like I couldn't believe it. I heard that, and I'm like, whoa, this just it's kind of like how I look at the PCA when it comes to just how it looks and the wording of things, and you hear all this stuff about like the university sending teams out there and all that.
And by the way, good catch on that first responders thing. I think, I don't think anybody else, I'd never seen that before. That's a good catch.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't either. I was just like looking for something else, and I came across it and just clicked on it because I was in between my notes and stuff, and I just saw that, and I just was like, wait a minute, like that's because why else? I still don't understand the delays, and like we tried to a long time ago, we discussed the delay from when students supposedly were showing up with the chatter and all that to when 911 was called, and it's like, okay, plan of action. They gotta, when there's a death, they need to do this, and they got a protocol and all this. And so then when I seen that, I was like, oh shit, maybe that's the reason for the delay as well.
It still doesn't really explain the delay though. Not 100%, even if there is a team of like intern first responders.
No, I mean the delay to MPD showing up.
Oh, you mean that? Okay.
Yeah, because think about it like this. Sigma Chi has first responders. Sigma Chi first responders show up. Shit, everybody, we need to like plan of action. And it might take a little while for that plan of action as well. And that's why they didn't show up, because maybe, they responded to the call. But because they're interns, maybe because they didn't close it out or something over the radio, that just wasn't even, it was just an unconscious person. They just probably forgot to let us know. It probably had, I don't know. It just made me think like, man, I bet you, because with all the issues they have with rugs around there, and with how the no reports, and how they want to make sure that there's nothing like to shine a bad light, because they like that FBI training program collaboration that they send all their officers to, and they don't want to, scuff that image. And so it's like, just like the no reports, let's keep the bad calls at a minimum so we can keep the money at a maximum. And so why don't we have, hey, yeah, let's play it off like it's a internship program and the students are taking control, but deep in the boardroom, Mr. Green's like, yes, this is a great way where we don't have to know or answer for anything because they're handling it themselves. Hey guys, Susie just passed out from this and we had to give her Narcan. Let's just say that she just fell asleep because of heat exhaustion. Okay. Bam, there's your correction for a bad event taking place, and it doesn't make your university look bad at all.
Yeah, it's possible. And because it was an unconscious person reportedly, then you would think that would fall under that. So I say good catch on that, because that is a high possibility. And I don't think any of us ever considered anything like this, to be honest.
I didn't either.
Because it's so far-fetched. Like, what the hell?
I didn't either until everything, like when I seen it, and then like I said, it's like all these tiles, and all of a sudden it was like WSU internship, Sigma Chi plan of action.
Well, there it was in black and white.
Like all these things started popping up, and I'm like, whoa, hold on a minute.
It might actually, if you search on, I haven't done it, of course, because I just heard about it. But if you search on U of Idaho's website, there's a lot of information you can gather on that. They wrote about the tunnels, how they heat up the university. Not saying that it had anything to do with the crime, but there was, they just write about that. about the
Oh, yeah.
university. So there might be information about this internship as well. Who knows?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Even it could be even backdoor stuff, because kind of like plausible deniability again.
Mm.
You know, hey, you guys handle it. You know, nothing, especially if they're trying to keep it under wraps. No reports means no paperwork. You don't want paperwork to be involved with that kind of thing if you want to try and keep it on the down low and you want plausible deniability. So what you're going to do is you could, as the president, right, you're so down with all the frats and sororities, you're like they're, you're Papa Green,
Mhm.
you're Papa Green. So why wouldn't Papa Green hold a meeting with all of the frat and sorority leaders, some kind of conference or something, where maybe they're having some kind of a ceremony or whatever about something. And he's like, all right, look, now, this is what we're going to do. This is between us alum,
Mhm.
let's just keep it between us or whatever. It could be even something like that. I don't know. I just wonder, like, who you look at these awards too, the awards that they have together. Here's the website for that: University of Idaho Education Student Life Greek Awards Recognition, and you can see the awards that they collab with the fire department and the police department. And so there's, with how everything is so intertwined, over there, why wouldn't that be intertwined as well? Because I can't imagine you have this humongous EMS force in Moscow, right? And if you're having that many issues and you only have a couple ambulances, well, wouldn't it, just like WSU self-surveilling their campus for their own safety because of an uptick in assaults? Well, then if there's an uptick in rug activity and you don't want reports taken, because if you have who's going to benefit? Is the EMS worker that works for Moscow, are they going to benefit from bullshitting on a report? No, they'll lose their job. But when it comes to their own members, they're going to want to be the ones that are going to toe that line when it comes to the truth and what they don't want out about their members. So they're
Yeah.
going to have that reason to keep it quiet. And so therefore I thought it would be like a perfect, opportunity for both the university. Hey, it's internship, you handle the calls in your quote zone, and they're gonna want to be the ones to lie about the truth. And that's what Green wants. He wants people that don't want to tell the truth about shit.
And to be honest, it's an easy sell.
Yeah.
So they should carry Narcan. Sorry, they should carry that for emergencies, and because that's something that's important in today's
Oh yeah.
world. And we know kids experiment and they're in college, and bless them, let them, but they put that shit in like even weed sometimes. So you have
Yeah.
to be careful. And I think that's an easy sell to like anybody. Like, yeah, we have this program going on, and they
Mhm.
carry Narcan, and just in case for emergency situations, they help out with first aid. I mean, it's an easy sell, and
Right.
it does make sense. I have to say, like, to do that, to have them carry that,
Saves them
and
money.
yeah.
It saves them money.
My question in this, though, in this particular case, is remember we heard that EMT was not let into the
Mhm.
house, and was that by the cops?
Well, I think that had to be by the students.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, is like, do they have authority to not let them in the house?
Because, and that's another thing, if you're part of that internship or backdoor internship, I'm just going to call it an internship.
Yeah.
you're already in there. So, because you're right across the street, you're 2 blocks away.
Yeah,
You're
but
already in there. You could,
EMT is EMT, right?
yeah.
They have medical training to a certain degree.
Maybe that's.
So,
I don't know. Are they part like who? Gosh, that'd be interesting to know who of the EMT was there that
yeah.
said they couldn't go inside, because I don't know. I just think like EMT, if they were showing up, I don't know how you don't go inside, especially if you have a bunch of people there, because they know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it was unconscious. I could imagine somebody had to have been passed out on that back parking lot from going inside and experiencing that
Scene.
scent.
Yeah.
Or scene.
Yeah.
You know, I could see, and then like that's where they're running to because they're just called for an unconscious.
Mhm.
But then what's weird is I've always heard that MPD wasn't there until 4, but then you see reports in timelines on how they were there at noon, and the next half an hour more officers were coming through.
Mhm.
So it's like, what is real? What is real? Were these really emergency EMS workers that weren't going to the university and weren't part of this?
Oh yeah, I mean they could technically be, but if they say EMT, and this was like somebody who worked for EMT, I believe, gave an interview or something like that. So
Oh, really?
yeah. Or
Ooh.
I don't know if they give an interview, but it was sort of. I think I saw it on the news, and I cannot remember which channel. Maybe somebody in chat can remember.
You know what? I think hold on. I think there was.
And maybe it was even brought up.
Here we go. Yep, here we go. I have it right here. Hold on.
Okay.
Welcome back to our exclusive coverage of the Idaho student murders 1 year ago today. It's hard to believe 4 college students were brutally stabbed to death in their beds. Brian Koberger is set to stand trial for their murders. Even though it's been a year, we are still learning new things about the case. We still don't know exactly when the trial will be. Could be a year, could be 2 years by now. So much of the new information we're learning is because of great work by journalists like Carrie Sandonay. And I want to bring Carrie in. She is a reporter with the Lewiston Tribune. Carrie, I've become friends with you. Carrie sits next to me in the courtroom.
Okay, this is a video where she's reporting on the first responders showing up.
She's at every court hearing. You've been a wonderful resource for me because you know the community so well. We really appreciate you being here with us tonight on I hate to call it the anniversary. Some people keep saying that. It sounds weird saying that. The 1 year mark since
I
the
was
awful
there.
murders in this town. I mean, you
I saw
live in
his
this
tent,
area.
too.
You covered it for a long time. You were at the vigil tonight. How do you feel the community's doing a year out?
I was happy to hear the students say tonight that they're able to remember their friends that they lost with happy memories, good memories. They can look at photos now without crying. That gave me a lot of hope.
Yeah, I was surprised to see such close friends of Ethan and Maddie and Xana and Kaylee speak tonight. I mean, you know how traumatized they all are, but they were really brave tonight.
Yes, they did a wonderful job. I thought it was a moving vigil, and I was impressed.
I want to talk to you about the court process because you know the players involved because you cover this area very well. First of all, Prosecutor Bill Thompson, there's a gag order. There's a lot we don't know. What's your perception of how he's handling things so far?
I think this community has a lot of confidence in the prosecutor. I
Was
covered
very
a
good.
murder trial here a few years ago. That was the Charles Capone case, and Thompson was able to get a conviction even though the body was never found, and to this day has never been found.
Whoa.
Yeah, and we know, I mean, covering crime, conviction without a body is difficult.
Right.
Doesn't happen a lot.
That's right. And he worked well. They put together a good case with the Moscow Police Department and the Idaho State Police, and they worked really well with other agencies, which I.
Wow, what case was this? How do you got a conviction without a body? Hold on 1 second.
There's a gag order. There's a lot we don't know. What's your perception of how he's handling things so far?
I think this community has a lot of confidence in the prosecutor. I covered a murder trial here a few years ago. That was the Charles Capone case, and Thompson was able to get a conviction even though the body was never found, and to this day has never been found.
Yeah, and we know, I mean, covering crime, conviction without a body is difficult.
Yeah, it makes me wonder what evidence they had and if they're thinking the same kind of shit's going to go with this one. Because,
Mhm.
yeah,
I
don't know.
looked at that case a little bit,
Did you?
actually. Yeah,
Okay.
not much. I just looked it up. And yeah, it's worth actually looking at because, yes, he's playing the same game.
Is it really?
Yeah. You look at it if you have a
'Cause
minute.
think about that. That'd be like getting a conviction without a weapon,
Yeah, exactly. No problem. Thompson can
right?
do it. Yeah.
Yeah. And he worked with all of the individuals that he's working with right now.
Exactly.
Tiffany 95, thank
Mhm.
you. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah,
Mr.
we're gonna look that up.
Capone there.
Yeah, if anybody has anything, do me a favor. If you're in
Mhm.
the everyone chat and Discord, drop it in there. We'll check it out.
Which
I think.
I see in this case.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I think there's interviews with Capone as well. You can watch that.
Really?
It's like a little documentary thing. You can watch it.
Supreme Court, right? Wow, this is crazy. So Charles Capone, no body, no weapon. Let's see.
Case as well. There's a lot of agencies working together and collaborating.
Yeah, I think
Charles
there's this feeling on the
Capone.
outside. It's a small town. It's a small police department. I think the prosecutor's office only has a couple of attorneys. Bill Thompson's the elected state attorney who actually tries cases, which is kind of unheard of in a big city. There's this feeling like, are they really ready for something of this magnitude? I mean, 4 young people dead, death penalty on the table, but you get the sense they are.
Yes, I do. And I noticed right away they called in the FBI and larger agencies for assistance, and I think they are ready.
A lot of people are wondering, and I talked about it in our last segment about the possibility of a change of venue. Do people in this area just know the case too well? Would it be hard to find a jury? What's your feeling about that?
Well, I'm interested in that. I've been wondering the same, if they will seek a change of venue, and it hasn't happened yet, so I don't know.
And this area, I mean, obviously we're in Moscow. People in town here are very familiar with the case, but Latah County is a big county. I mean, couldn't they get jurors? It's interesting. I talked to Keely Gonzalez's dad last week, and he said, I feel like the jurors should be farmers because they don't watch a lot of news. Yeah. They're out there doing their thing. Like, is it possible, do you think that they could find people who don't, who are
He didn't say that. He said the jury pool that they're looking for is farmers. He didn't say what Brian Etten just said. That's not what I heard. Just like last night, I heard he chased after them or that person. That's what I heard. That was crazy last night too. What he could have turned around and went out. He didn't have to say, I'm here to help you, and then chase them down. What? Yeah. I don't know. Brian Etten, come on, man.
Unbiased with the whole thing?
Well, sure. They have to. And they're going to go through a very long process to make sure they get jury members who aren't already biased.
Yeah. What's your thoughts on the judge so far? I mean, you're in all the hearings with me. Initially I got the vibe like he was kind of annoyed by the media, and the last hearing seemed to kind of come around, said cameras can stay. What do we know about Judge? And Judge, by the way, his last name is Judge, so it sounds weird, but it's Judge.
Right. I have been told by people in attorneys that he's a great judge and he does his homework and he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's been good in the hearings that we've gone to.
In terms of the crime scene, I mean, you started reporting on this case very early on because you're local. Mm-hmm. We know that it was gruesome. I mean, it was a stabbing of 4 young people. What have you heard?
Well, when it initially happened, we didn't know what had occurred at that house. We thought maybe it was carbon monoxide poisoning or nobody really fathomed that this had happened until some details came out. And I know that from what I've heard, that it was a very traumatic scene for first responders. They'd never seen anything like that.
See, they went inside.
Nope, they did not. According to
Somebody.
the first responders,
Somebody.
they wouldn't let them in.
Internship.
Those first responders, yes. Okay.
Internship.
Then I take that back. Those first responders were in there, yes.
Yes, and who was it traumatic for, everybody? The students, right?
Yeah.
Poisoning, or nobody really fathomed that this had happened until some details came out. And I know that from what I've heard, that it was a very traumatic scene for first responders. They'd never seen anything like that in their lives.
Yeah, we've reported and heard from, young officers on the Moscow police force who were among the first to get to the scene.
Yeah, see, they didn't talk to the EMTs.
See?
Yeah, that was, she messed up there because the EMT, like the real EMT, they were not let in there.
Real.
And I mean, I'll have to look it up.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you're right. That's
Yeah.
that's why I'm trying to refer to it as like an internship.
Yeah.
Even though we're still digging, because this is something that just, like I said, I was doing my notes and then this popped up and I'm like, well, we got to dig into this. So we're just getting into that part, but this, I don't mean when I'm saying people, I mean like the internship. So yeah, it is weird, isn't it? How you hear, just like other reports, just like Brian Enton saying, yeah, they showed up, just with the response. Wait a minute, what?
I think he reacted too. Like he's heard that EMT was not let in there. And that's why he's saying we talked to those first police officers on the scene.
I think so, Katrina. I've just, like I said, I was and I looked up and then all these other tiles went like right to, and I was just like, whoa. That's why I made a video. Like usually I'm like 2 hours before my show, I'm like slammed with like just making sure everything's set up and for the show. And it like derailed all my prep today because I was in the middle of doing some other prep for something else, and then when I looked up and I saw this and I was like, oh shit, hold on, wait a minute. And then I'm sitting there and I'm letting it spin in my head and I'm like, I got to make a video about this real quick. So I literally took an hour to the side and hurried up and did a video because I'm like, man, I can't wait till tonight and then after tonight and then I'm like, no, this needs to, because we need to figure this out right now. Like, what the hell? Why are you saying people showed up? Why are you saying that the crime scene, you got Mabbitt saying what she said last night, but yet they don't know? It's like, why is there all these contradictions? Why is there all these questions?
Yeah, and how could she pronounce them dead at noon when she wasn't
just
there?
Like how I started off the show. How do you pronounce it? That would be the internship having to say that or something.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like she signed off on it. It's probably going to come bite her in the butt.
It's got to.
In the butt.
How do you put 12 p.m.? Oh shit, hold on. Pebbles just dropped a link here. 1 second. I'm going to share this real quick. What's this here? Student Resident Firefighter Program. The application period for our 2024-2025 academic year is open. Our mandatory in-person testing and interviews will be held Saturday, March 23rd, 2024 in Moscow, Idaho. Please submit your application by March 10th. Hello.
There you go.
Hello.
So.
Oh, boy. Are we on? Dude, is this why there was the fucking delays?
What are you talking about? Oh, you mean the yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry.
Is this why there was the delays? Man, wouldn't that be crazy?
And how do they explain it?
Yeah. How do you explain it?
that? Exactly. Like if you told people like, okay, we got interns that went there as first responders to a quadruple homicide, people would flip out. Like that would be, no, you can't do that. I mean,
Why not?
if you no,
Why not?
if you heard that, come on, you would be like, this is insane. Not only is it like it took place in the middle of the night and they didn't call the 911 until noon, and then on top of that, you have students that go there as first responders, interns.
Yep.
Come on now. That would have been, I think the world would have flipped out over that.
Maybe that's why we don't know about it
Yeah.
yet until I fucking came across it and I was like, wait a minute.
They should have nothing to do with that crime scene. Like that. No. But they did. Like people stepped all over it. So there you go.
Oh my gosh.
Well, I mean, if you stepped into something here, CJ, I think yeah, this can be quite big. Like this can be an issue. And so, I mean, I'm sure Ann Taylor knows about it by now. She has a team behind her. She should know things like this.
Training records too. I mean, you want to contamination.
Well, I mean, we know that the crime scene is going to pose issues as far as
Yes.
contamination. We knew that. Well, then this adds another layer to it, obviously. Obviously. Yeah, they're going to have issues with that for sure.
Yeah, because then you got like this lady saying, because think about it. I'm gonna go back to this video. Picture this lady not talking about EMS, okay? Talking about the volunteers / interns.
It happened. And
What's up, Yoli?
some details came
Hi.
out. And I know that from what I've heard that it was a very traumatic scene for first responders. They'd never seen anything like that in their lives.
Yeah, we've reported.
And they first were showing up thinking that it was somebody that had passed out from carbon monoxide. Hey, we got a couple others. What's up, Rosie? Thank you for hopping up too.
Hello.
Hello.
Have you guys been hearing what we've been talking about? This is crazy shit. This is crazy shit. You see the awards that they have together? You got, I mean, hell, you got to have your application in 8 days, people. 8 days. Dude, what if they were, what would those interns / volunteers, what would be the excuse not to have MPD show up at, because I got reports showing noon and within a half an hour they're coming in, but we've all heard 4, right? 4 o'clock
For Mabot, yeah, but the police
she was
was there earlier.
5:30. Yeah, she was 5:30.
Yeah.
Have you seen the video on Twitter that AG posted a while ago of Lanier's interview? He was speaking in there about how the first responders were traumatized. They'd never seen anything like that before. I almost feel
that's
like
what this lady was saying too.
Yeah.
And it's like, wait a minute, they weren't allowed inside.
Yeah. I think he might have been referring to police, but it wasn't clear.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they were first responders by that sense, but it shouldn't be. It should be,
No,
of course.
It's EMS.
Yeah.
Those
Did I
are
say-
the first
Did I
responders.
call them EMT? I'm sorry.
I probably did too. I don't
Yeah, I mean
Sure.
EMS. Yeah, of course.
But they are the first responders. It's, you know, that's what they are. They're, when you look at the awards. I mean, hell, look at the let me see if I can pull it back up. Look at this little pin that they have for the award itself. It's a first responder award, and then look what the symbol is. It's the symbol for EMS. Hold on. This right here. It's the symbol for EMS. First responder. And then they're all tied in, connected together. Why would Sigma Chi? You know, I didn't even bother to look up the other ones. I just seen that and I was like, holy shit, I have a show to do anyway. We're gonna dig more into it. You know, as the days come, we're gonna be digging more into it and seeing if there is anything to this, whether it's something like an agreement that's not on a written document, because really, if you're no report Moscow, why would you want a document where there's an agreement in the first place? If you're trying to have plausible deniability and you don't even want to know about the OD, you know, just we don't want to know about the OD because it looks bad for our campus. Let's just carbon monoxide, you know,
or drown in a puddle.
Let's downplay it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like some of those other cases around there too, right?
Yeah.
Body parts missing, but they drown.
Yeah.
Right?
In a puddle.
Yeah, yeah. But they have missing.
It's pretty hard, but it's doable, I guess. In Moscow.
So yeah,
be careful if you ever go. You might drown in a puddle.
I stayed away from puddles.
Good.
That was good. Yeah. I stayed away from that Snake River. That's where I stayed away from.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, hell, screw that. Let me see here. So let me get to something else for you guys. Now, and also, yeah, I wanted to share this again too. How, you know, like, this is what I started off the show with. And this was, how in the hell is the coroner pronouncing the date of death at noon if she wasn't there till 5:30? Catherine Mappitt.
Yeah, that's cute. That's I don't know how she's gonna explain that.
That's a legal document, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
And
I don't know how she's gonna have to how she's gonna explain that if she's asked on the stand on such and such date you pronounced them dead at 12 noon. Is that right? So were you there? You were there at the scene. You saw and pronounced them. No, because she wasn't. It's just gonna be bad.
Right. And like, as we're doing our OJ25 members live tomorrow. I bumped it back just to make it more convenient for others, because I know it's kind of early in the morning on Sundays. That's one of the reasons, you know, like, as we're going into that OJ25 members only and we're watching like the trial take place, it's one of the reasons why I started doing it a couple months ago, is because when we're watching these experts and we're watching these investigators that did fumbaloo, and there is contradictions, and you're seeing it all take place in front of you, even though it was 30 years ago, you can almost put Mr. Payne where this guy was at, and you can put Ann Taylor where this, you know, you can put all these people there, the cast of characters of the Idaho4 case, and you can see this kind of shit right here. And when you're watching the OJ trial, you can see the contradictions in how it plays out in a trial, and it's not going to be good. It's not going to be good, especially like little things like this, not even evidence, you know, just a document.
It has to be they're gonna question her about what she did to pronounce the death. And the best I can think she'll say is that I was informed of the conditions and I pronounced death, even though I wasn't there.
Right.
That's
And
the
that's
best way to. I shouldn't even be talking. Maybe.
and no, it's true. That's the only way. That's what we brought up. Me and Golf were talking about it too. Is what we said too. Like, and that's what I'm going back to this internship / volunteer. Like, they were probably the ones that said, "Yeah, Kathy." That when we showed up, it was obvious.
But is I mean, if you look further down, that document states the names, and then does it say anything more? How does it say more? Because how would you know that if
let
she
me
wasn't
see.
there? That's what I
It
don't
has
get.
the names, the hometown, and the sexes, and I think there's more to it. Hold on, because this was in my my Discord here from the community. Let me see here. Hold on.
I don't see how she would get away with it, though.
Oh, you'd be
Because
amazed.
they pat each other's back.
Yeah.
Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Let me see. No, just another part that states the same thing.
So nothing about.
Is there, Caddy? Do you have the other ones that go with that too, Caddy? And let me see. There was something else that everyone dropped too. Let's see. Okay, here's another thing. Oh wow. Okay. Let's see. How do I have to undo this and then switch to this. So here's another thing. Thank you, Pebbles.
Oh yeah.
This is the volunteer fire department student resident firefighter. Jeez, this is really existing, people.
So they can go to be first responders and then cover up for their friends. I'm not saying that they would do that, but that's.
No, I mean, hello, who has the invested interest to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
And who would want the invested interest to do that without them having their hands get dirty? Hello. What it saves the community money. They're interns, they're volunteers. They don't get paid. It's for their experience. They deserve it. Like, whoa.
I mean, they're and these kids are doing a good job because they're helping. It's not like, but in this situation, yeah, if it was handled like that in this situation, I think,
oh my God,
Houston,
dude,
we have a problem.
100 volunteers. Oh my gosh, people, this shit is really unfolding before our eyes. Oh my gosh. MVFD has 100 volunteers serving as firefighters and or EMTs and paramedics. There are 24 student resident volunteer positions and many student and community volunteers. There are 7 career City of Moscow administrative and command staff to help support the volunteers. Each has housing for student residents at the fire stations. Yo! I think we just broke something open.
Definitely.
I think we just broke something open.
Well, you did.
We all did. I mean, I was doing my notes and I saw the video and I was like, holy shit, people. And all of this other stuff is from the community. So we all did it. Holy shit.
Well, CJ and community, pat your back on this one, because this is pretty substantial.
So the interns could have even been at the housing. Because when would you have interns working, right? The shift nobody wants to work most of the time. The night shift and the overnight shift, right? Because most of them probably have families and children, and
Sunday.
they wanna, and that too, also a Saturday night, Sunday. Why don't we let Bob and Ann get to hang out with their children on a Saturday night, and we'll have the interns, hey, it's the students on a Saturday night anyway. Why don't we let that? Oh man, this is crazy. I think this is why there was all those delays. Provides emergency services to the citizens of Moscow, Idaho. Yo, look at this right here. Oh my gosh, look at the shift, people. On the weekends, 7:30 at night until 7:30 in the morning. Right there. That so Bob and Ann can hang out with their children on a Saturday night. Right there. Whoa. I'm going to keep going. Must be 18 years of age.
High school graduate.
And this is what they're getting. Yeah, so March 10th. Attend in person 23rd. This is the application. Oh my gosh.
And this program was in effect in 2022?
It's in effect right now. Yeah, it has to be. Because when I went over this video right here, these are awards from 2021.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, these are awards from 2021. It wasn't even anything I was looking up. It just came populated with, the suggested or whatever. And I was just like, oh, let me click. I didn't even see this. I saw it was, it's called Celebrating 2021. And I was like, fuck it, I'll try it out. I'm taking notes. I'm just going through my notes anyway. And then I heard like a couple booms and I'd look up, and then I just happened to look up right here. And then it went away, and I was like, holy shit, pause, rewind. And then I'm looking at it, I'm going, and then all of that stuff just started coming to me like, yo.
They're going to make it very hard. If somebody wanted to sue, let's say they were the first responders, it's going to make it very hard for the family to try to sue the city of Moscow and the PD if students were first responders.
They're going to have to sue the fire department.
Well, no, they can sue the city though.
Yeah, the city covers that.
Yeah. So they I think the way they did it, didn't they do it so they could sue the city as well?
The only claim that I saw was for the city of Moscow.
Yeah. So that's probably what they had in mind then.
Yeah. Wow.
Typically, Unique asked what I was about to ask. What does it say about supervision? Are Bob and Ann on call at least?
Well, here's the thing. If you I would, okay, this is what I would think. And here's the link to the document. We'll go back to the document. I would think that they would be on call for guidance. Hey, Bob, yeah, we got this situation here, because they're interns, they're volunteers. We got this situation here. This person, what would you typically do in this situation? And this is the first time we've came across it, Bob. Well, Jim, you want to make sure you do this, and then you make sure you do this and this. Okay, thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. And then he gets back to watching the movie at the movie theater, eating the popcorn. Now, if it's something that's like crazy wild, I could see him coming out there to lead the volunteers or whoever might be on call to lead the volunteers. But the whole point, I think, of that internship program when it comes to the time, 7:30 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., I think that's so that way they can you know, they're the experienced ones during the day that handle most of the car accidents and, you know, the heart attacks and, you know, all this stuff. But then when it comes to the nighttime, that's when a lot of the nightlife is the ones that are calling, you know, most of the time. And so therefore, and plus you want to spend Saturday nights and Sundays with your family or whatever. So I could see if they did walk into that, shit, you know, we don't know what to do. And also, like also, man, shit, what if it was one of their own, or what if it was, you know, because everybody knew at Sigma Chi there was a fight the night before about somebody taking roids and having tiny berries. And so, you know, you put 2 and 2 together. And it's like, shit, guys, fuck, we need to have this plan of action. We need to find out, like, yo, does any of us know what happened first? That way we're not implicated. You know, I don't know. This is just, it's just crazy. Let me read here. They respond to 2,800 fire and EMS calls a year. Let me see. Volunteers, 24 student resident volunteer positions. 25,000 residents, along with 10,000 university students. 3 fire stations that have student housing. Benefits, housing provided in college dorms at fire stations. Meets University of Idaho freshman on-campus housing requirement. Provide emergency services, academy, training academy, driver operator cover shift every 5 days. So you have to cover a shift. So on the weekdays, you have to cover the shift from, it's 24 hours during the weekends. Oh shit, 24 hours during the weekends, and on the weekdays it's 4:30 in the afternoon until 7:30 in the morning. Whoa. It's a lot more than I thought. Resident are relieved of duties during school breaks. So during school breaks, that's when the main people probably have their, you know, where they're working 2 weeks in a row or some shit because they're used to having a normal schedule.
Now, just to add to this, it is normal, like in smaller communities, they do have volunteer firefighters.
Yeah.
I don't know about volunteer EMS, but they do have volunteer firefighters. So, but I've never heard of EMS.
Working with a university like this, that's
Yeah.
what I you know, I've heard a lot of these small cases, they're all, you know, a lot of these counties, they're a volunteer for this county and then they're a volunteer for that county, and they all kind of are like that. But I've never heard anything where a university is involved in that, because usually when it's a university, they don't have those really teeny counties that have to work with each other because they don't have the population to have a force. But you would think in Moscow, if you have that many people living there, you would already have enough to handle that. It's man, that's crazy. Yeah, 12-hour shifts on a Sunday and weekends. They got housing at the station. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Do they have training? I mean, they have to have training, right?
Yeah, they have training up here. It says they have to go through a certain thing when they apply, coming up on the 30th. Rookie training camp academy. Then they have to complete the fire academy, complete the driver operator training, and then after that they're good. So they have to pass the They have to pass the form, the application. Then they have like a general, can you make it through this kind of thing before you even get to go to a rookie training academy.
Okay, well, at least they have something.
We have a similar program here, but it's only open to people who are doing that 4-year degree, to be a paramedic or something. And for the first 2 years, you only handle deceased people. And then from your 3rd year, then you can start volunteering, and their uniforms are a whole other color so that you can spot them. So the training, I mean, is that a lot? It's not more than a year or 2, is it?
No, I would imagine it would probably be, I mean, if I'm looking at it, maybe like it's what a training academy might be like 2 weeks to make, a week. Maybe 1 week training academy. Next week is the fire academy. Next week is the driver operator training. And then at the 4th week, you're trying to figure out what time slots you're going to jot yourself in for or something to cover or come up with a schedule. I don't see it being very long. I mean, because what is it? Maybe I can't imagine more than a month.
Well, the firefighting training, that's going to be like a couple of weeks, the training academy.
Yeah.
The EMS, I'm not sure what it is.
I would think like a month total would cover all the training. They do it in the summertime or the springtime here, March, the end of March. So maybe April, or they're just getting people ready. And then when school's out, they do it. I don't know, because what about the new people that are coming in for the next year?
Do they?
So maybe they wait until the summer.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Or maybe they use the same people for the time that they're there,
Yeah, you do it. Yeah, do that. And then it's for the upcoming year. That's why you're applying in the spring. So you start in the fall.
Right.
Gosh, I wish the media would have picked up on this and interviewed about this.
Yeah, because, first responders can be first responders, but there's also these types of first responders.
Yeah.
So it's like,
And that makes the 8-hour delay make sense to me.
It is one possible explanation.
Well, then why did we hear about first responders not being let in to the house? I just don't get that. Like, was there 2 different first responders sent out there?
Well, okay. So remember the report says that MPD showed up like this, what Brian Enton said, MPD showed up right after, right?
Yeah.
Minutes after. What about this? What if those interns, first responders, volunteers showed up? They were the reason for the delay. And then they're the ones that called Bob and said, Bob, 4 hours later, Bob, hey. And then the real EMS or the EMS and the real MPD showed up at the same time. And that's why they didn't let him in, because they already knew, because Bob was on call, and Bob that was on call contacted the real EMS or whoever was on call to show up to handle it the leader way or whatever. And then the MPD shows up. They already know what's inside because they heard at the same time as the higher up EMTs. And so that's why they got there and they said, no, don't go in there. We already know what's in there. We know what's in there. You don't need to go in there, handle these people outside. Let us in.
And that could account for all these texts and Snapchats going around early in the morning, because if some of them were a part of this program, they would have been communicating. It would be an interesting request, yes, to get a list of who was in that program at that time and the who was under.
And were they one of the people that fucking was in the fight that night?
Yeah, because you could do a FOIA request, a Freedom of Information Request Act for that.
Can you really? For this?
What about this?
Huh?
I mean, think about this. What if the person? What better place to put your DNA at a crime scene? What if you were one of these volunteers? And what if you did show up when you were already there committing the crime later on? You show up and your DNA is there, and there's a reason why your footprints are there, because you were a freaking volunteer.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like that movie where the guy robs the bank and he acts like he's one of the prisoners to get, and then he gets out.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What if BK was a volunteer? Jeez, this is crazy. Yo. This is, man.
Oh shoot.
Sometimes I wish we had a bigger voice so that way people would hear
I don't think so, because he was out driving, so
right.
that would have been his alibi.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm like, listen, I'm volunteered that night.
Yeah, he was driving.
You know, it's like what I was talking about earlier about how if you're committing a crime and you show up saying, "Oh yeah, let me help," because you know you want. It's the same thing. What if you knew you were working that late shift? You knew you were working overnight Sunday through the morning at 7:30 in the morning. What better way to put your DNA there and not have it be part of the crime scene than to be an actual volunteer that shows up and already puts their DNA all over the place, and so you don't get looked at. You get crossed out. You don't get included, because that's what they do when they go there. They collect all the DNA. They collect the DNA from all the people that were at the scene so they can exclude them from all the DNA that they collect at the crime scene. So if you're one of the volunteers, your DNA gets excluded.
God, wouldn't that be something? Oh my God.
Well, okay, so you can do a FOIA request for.
You can do a FOIA request for anything. The worst they can do is just deny it.
Deny it, yeah.
It doesn't.
Because if it falls under, they are official volunteers for the city. It's not for the university.
Right. Yeah, it's for the city. It's for the fire and police. Or So the university's like,
oh, yes.
man, this is crazy.
Like, I do remember that, but I don't know that it was a report, or maybe it was like one of the ticket reports where they don't take a report.
There was a fight at the frat party that night between Ethan and somebody else. Supposedly, Ethan was making fun of Loach for taking roids and having small berries. But that's just what, that speculation shit. But
well, no, I mean, but part of that is speculation.
Actually,
the fight was reported on News Nation, I think.
Well,
wasn't it?
I want to show you guys something here. This is Yoli. You sent these earlier, and I'm going to share these with everybody. I don't know if you can see them or not. Let me zoom in. All right. Remember I was talking the two Davids in the beginning of the show? These are messages from what is this? Twitter? Or I mean Instagram?
It's Twitter.
Twitter.
And it's November 3rd, 2022. This is the month of the crime.
Right. Month of the crime. Just read some of this stuff.
She called me. Yep. She has people.
See this shit? Okay, hold on.
I can't see with my glasses. I can't see without my glasses.
I got it zoomed in here.
Okay.
United States says I'm blocking everyone who sees this.
That one, cuando go up.
Oh, yep.
He's in Madrid. Cuando estás en Madrid, he's saying, well, when you're in Madrid, you do, you know. So he's the guy that's in Spain.
Just wanted to share those. I saw you drop that in the Idaho folder there too.
There's some interesting things about, I don't know, Queen and I don't know.
You know, you want to talk about like shout out Katrina. You know, you want to talk about certain things that somebody likes to promote on their socials and stuff.
Oh, God. Wow, that looks vicious.
Who's that?
One of the Davids.
Oh.
This one. Wow, isn't that crazy, Mishy girl? Mother drives a white Elantra.
Yeah, he's ready for a bear attack, right?
Yeah. Let me see here. 1 second. What's this other one, Katrina? Let me see here. Dylan? Let me see here. Sorry, I'm going through all these. I do cover other cases here. Okay, so there's that. It was like, and this is me and Katrina were talking about this yesterday or the day before in the Idaho4 folder drop, and we were like, well, what's the best way to not get injured and to not leave a trail of your DNA?
That's it.
It's the best way to get injured and not leave a trail. And
oh, you mean like that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're not even close to the body, right?
Not even close.
Yeah.
Jab, I guess.
Yeah.
You're not even close. Nobody can
Wow.
hurt you.
And then you have the threat of a gun as well.
Yep.
Of course. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow,
and how are you going to get injured? Because how are you going to get injured with a gun and a knife? You're not going to get cut. You're not going to have a bruise. You're not going to have any DNA. And when you think about the distance of that weapon, also think about this, people. How much red stuff are you not going to get on you being that far away from the person that you're doing that to?
And this is on one of the D's pages. D.
Loach.
Okay.
Loach. The one that has K bars and.
When did he post this? What's the date?
Let me see here. Let me know, Katrina. She dropped it in our chat. I think it. Yeah, let me know. And then let me see. There was something else here too.
That looks brutal.
Yeah.
These kids have a fascination with like weapons for some reason.
Let's see. And it says read under. this picture. What does this say? Let me know what I'm supposed to see under that pic, Katrina.
I can look on mine.
See, I don't know. Let's see. Let me look at this one. Okay. Okay, that talks about how it happened. That's not what I'm looking for here. And this says right here, this is from Nina Kelly. And this is David Loach's vehicle. Okay. Remember when I tell you guys to look at that 45-degree angle and that back window? That's a 45-degree angle.
Yeah. What kind of car is that?
It's a Genesis.
Oh, okay.
Now, if there's a vehicle speeding away, would these tires and rims going at a high rate of speed on a glitchy picture look like maybe it would have a hard time seeing the tires? Yep. With this fin right here on the car draw a lot of light reflection when it comes to a light being reflected on a white car? Yes, because of the change of angle, a lot of your light reflection is going to move towards that. And look at how drawn out that rear light is and the front one. I'm looking more at that angle of that, you know. I'm no GAC, but when I'm looking at it, to me, it looks like it's a 45-degree angle. And it's kind of interesting that that person has that car, and look what's parked right beside it. It's a white beefy truck, y'all.
Who's so? Where did that white beefy truck show up?
There's a white beefy truck that's going all over the place, whether it's Grub Truck.
Oh.
Or Linda Lane.
Yeah, that truck. Okay.
Lane, there's a big beefy truck going all over.
Okay.
Especially around the Grub Truck, you can hear ATV, motorbike type engine. You can hear beefy truck. And remember, I don't know if anybody remembers when I was there in Moscow and I told you the only time that I really felt uncomfortable was with that group of 4 beefy trucks that kept driving by me, revving their engines up like fucking crazy. Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay.
I ran into him at the A&W gas station. The 76 is one of my first days there. And that truck, and that if anybody was on that members live, that truck was there parked.
You think they recognized you?
They knew that I wasn't from there. Because you could look at anybody. Like you know, when you live in a town that small, you recognize everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They probably were like, well, I'd never seen that dude before.
Mm-hmm.
And then
but you were in a rental.
Yeah.
So your rental was like Washington tags, or
yeah,
what
it was
it?
Washington State tags, and I had on Washington State University gear at the time. But my vehicle was there, driving constantly for 7 days, continually going by the 1122 King Road.
Oh, okay.
So when it came to the vigil, because I got there on 11/8, so by the time it came to the vigil, I was already there for 5 days. They saw me driving around for 5 days. The night of the vigil is when I was walking, leaving the vigil, and that's when they were doing that.
Mm-hmm.
So by that point, Because I didn't go out and get like a different hoodie for every day. I had like 3 hoodies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wore one day while I was out there. When I would get in the truck and go back to the hotel, I would take it off, so that way it was really my gear that was meant to be out there, right?
Yeah.
And so, I was there for 7 days. So I wore a hoodie a couple times. I wore this hoodie, and then so there was a few hoodies, and
Mhm.
you see the same person driving around for hours upon hours in a little town, going by the same neighborhoods over and over and over. Sometimes these roads I drove 10 or 12 times in a loop, just trying to get good footage or good shots or whatever. So it wouldn't take anybody too long to figure out what I was there for.
Mhm. Mhm.
So I don't know, it just makes you wonder, like, with the vehicles and all that stuff. Yeah, I have yet to see this white vehicle that has a 45-degree slash in the back window, and this is the only one that I've seen that actually matches up to it. I'm no car expert like others, but I'm just looking at what my eyes can tell me, and I'm looking at this angle.
And the wheels.
Yeah, that too, because if they're spinning, it's at night. Because I always said, when it came to that picture, the gas station, I always said it had to be some kind of gray or darkish type rims for it to not barely, and it had to be like something that wasn't going to reflect light either, so it couldn't be chrome. It had to be like a alloy or a plastic and like a darker grayish color, in order for it to show up on that gas station photo like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me see if I can go to my email and can anybody drop the picture? I can see if I have it. But
It's
if
on my
anybody
Twitter.
has the picture for
I
the
have it on my Twitter, the gas station pic, but I think if I'm looking, so that looked like an older car though. This looks like a 2020 something car. This one here.
What year is it? Let me see.
The gas station one looks older, like an old, like not such a new car as this one.
It's a moving image that's from a screenshot.
But there is a back side to it too. So
Yeah.
there's another picture where you can see the back of it. And from memory, I have to look at my Twitter.
Yeah.
I haven't been on there for so long.
If anybody can drop a link, I'm going to try and find the photo in my photos here. Give me 1 second. Let's see. This has got to be it. Here we go. It's kind of hard to tell.
It is, but I'm thinking about the back. It's a bit clearer when you see the car from the back. Where do I have that picture?
It looks like it has that I don't know, that wing at the end, or what is it?
Look
called?
look at the lights, the backlight on it. You said, let's go back to the other photo.
Look, it's got a little mini scoop coming off the back, and it's got a reflector, but the light is more on the back. So when you go, why is it not sharing any? Is it not sharing anymore? Hold on. It just quit. All right. So here's the other car. Okay. So
okay,
it's got
so that
little,
upper part there.
Yeah, and see,
it
this
has
is
that
the
little
reflector.
side thing on the back of the side window.
Yeah, that's a reflector right there. The light is on the back.
That has a sunroof, that car, doesn't it? Yeah.
Tinted windows.
Tinted windows, but it also has a sunroof. Now that
could
doesn't
look-
look like this has a sunroof though.
To me, I could see why you just see a white strip and nothing else above it, because there is a sunroof.
Yeah.
If
Possibly.
I just
Yeah.
see a teeny bit of white. I would think I would see more than that. But if I'm looking at that back window right there, that's like damn spot on with that
Yeah,
angle.
but also in Elantra, it's spot on with the one in Oregon. If you look at that one, it has the
I
same
don't think
exact
it.
back.
I don't think
I
it
mean, it
does.
doesn't have to be. I'm just saying, if you look at the Oregon car, though, that's
I
spot
don't
on
think
with
it
that
does.
one too.
To me, the Oregon Elantra or any Elantra is more curvy, and I went through that. Let me show you guys that too, because it's more of a curvy. It's not that sharp angle. Let me
Would
see
you
here.
see that black line near the bottom though? I'm only being quiet because I'm so bad with cars, but I wanted to ask in the other picture.
Yeah, you would see the black line, but
not really.
what if,
I mean, it's.
I would think so, but what if it's aftermarket to make it look different than the vehicle that was caught on the camera? Let me see. Where is? I gotta try and find this. Hold on. Oregon car. Let's see. There's that one, that one. I got a couple other ones too. And there's that one. Okay, yeah, I'm going to show you the Oregon car and some other ones as well. This one. Got a bunch. Okay, I think that's it. All right, so here's the Oregon car. And this is what I mean. It's more curvy. See? It doesn't have that sharp edge. It's curvy.
Are you talking about the side mirror or the side back
The side
there?
of the car. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this right here. That's what I'm saying. This right here it's got a curve to it. When you look at this vehicle, it's a sharp angle, not a curve.
Yes.
So that's why I'm looking at this, and it's a sharp angle, not a curve.
Oh yeah, maybe you're right.
Now I go to this. Let me see. That's a different one. There's a different. Now this looks like the Genesis. Okay, this is a front view of the picture that I showed you, and it's got a different. See, now it doesn't have that black line right there, but again, it's got that sharp angle turned up. This, let me see. That's something.
This is crazy. These cars all look the same.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like.
See, it's a curve. It's like an eyeball. It's like an eyeball.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Yeah, like an eye. Yeah.
Now this one,
That's
right here, there's a Nissan right there. That's something somebody sent me. Okay. That does have a little scoop at the end there. But look, see what I'm saying? If it doesn't have a sunroof, this is kind of like the same angle of that car, right?
Mm.
You can see more of the roof. You don't just see that white little strip. So if we're looking at this, that's why I could definitely see a black sunroof going over the top, because when we're looking at that, you see more than just a little strip going. So I would think that if the light is going to be reflecting off of here, and going across the back of the car, going across the hood, it would extend also on the top, because that's where most of your light source is going to be coming from, is up above, not necessarily down below. So I could kind of see a sunroof covering the whole distance and you just seeing that little strip, that little teeny strip, kind of like this. And these definitely could be aftermarket after the crime. Because if you want to make your car look different, but not too different, put a little strip on the bottom.
Yeah, definitely. I was just wondering if they were defined enough. But of course, they could be new.
Well,
Go ahead, Yola.
no, I'm just thinking. I don't know. I don't know. That's why I didn't say anything. I was just thinking.
Yeah, so with these Elantras, they're just too.
But this one looks like an eye.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's not that, like that. It almost, the ExxonMobil footage was never mentioned. What? Oh, the gas station. Yeah. Where the gas station's at is it's a mobile.
That's right.
Yep. That's just what was taken for a time, and somebody let that out. And that's why I'm saying it wasn't mentioned. And I think the reason, everybody's like, why is it a screenshot of a monitor? Because that's the screenshot that Abby took to send to her boss to tell him, yeah, there is a white car, sir. You're going to have to come in. Show me it. There you go, sir. That's why it was zoomed back to show timestamp and car. Just the timestamp with a little bit of the car in it. And then why would she want to send her boss a whole far back picture showing a white vehicle with the, all of that in the screen? She don't want her boss to have to zoom in and get a shit image. That's why she took a real close up on the monitor. So that way when she sent it to her boss, yep, you got to get your ass out of bed and you got to come in. MPD needs to show up. And then they collect the footage. Girl goes home and says, oh shit, that's right, I did take a photo of this. Here, let me sell it. Because it's not the footage. It's not the footage. It's a photo of the footage. It's not evidence. So is she really, getting rid of evidence? It's a good question, because it's not the real evidence. It's just a photo of the footage on a monitor. So really what they have is going to be a lot clearer than that. A lion.
In one of the photos, it looked like it was like taken somewhere.
What do you mean?
An animal or something behind it.
On this thing?
No, the other photo, the one that is it's like it's not.
That's a finger.
That's not this photo.
Oh, what photo are you talking about?
Well, it's a photo that was taken outside. It looks like a ranch area.
What?
Yeah.
What ranch? What? A ranch? What?
Yeah. It's, if you scroll through the white photos.
If I do what?
If you scroll through the white photos that you have, that you've shown us.
Yeah. Of these photos?
Yeah, the photos you were just showing us.
Okay. Let me see. How do is it gonna, let me see, these ones.
Yeah, and then keep going. Not that one. That
this
one. Yeah, see.
Oh, okay.
Behind there, it looks like there's a lion, and then it looks like there's a dog. Is that a dog back there?
No, they're just pieces of trees that fell over. Oh, I was like, I thought you meant this picture, because I've heard people say that there was snow back there and stuff like that, and it's like, no, that's somebody's finger, and this is like where the sidewalk is, over at that gas station.
It looked, yeah, Steve is saying it looked like a cow.
Yeah, because I'll show you guys. let's see. Let's see.
I was like, what?
That gas station is right here. So this is like the part that you're seeing behind the car is this part right here. This part of the sidewalk.
Oh,
Because
okay.
the picture of the car was taken right here.
Mhm.
Right here. So it came from it might be this camera. It might be this camera right here, which I think that's where it came from. Or there's another camera. I don't know if that's one right there. I don't think it is, but there's got to be cameras like, on the pumps or something like that. But I really think it came from right there, and then it got the picture of the car right here, and then behind it is that white spot, and that's the sidewalk. Because I think it was driving down this road at a high rate of speed, because if you're over here driving at a high rate of speed, this is a stop sign right here, so you're going to be stopped, okay? And then you're going to turn right, and then you can gun it and then get caught on a high rate of speed. But then where is the stuff behind the car? So you would see all this behind the car. You wouldn't see, that white area right there behind it. You wouldn't see that at all. So that's why I feel like it was over here. Because if you kind of look, it's hard to tell. Oh, now it won't let me. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, that's the sidewalk.
Yep, that right behind it. And that's where you get the white for the vehicle. Let me see. Non-specific.
Ladies, I'm not. Yesterday, I apologize. I left with I was muted and I was saying goodbye to everybody, and you too, CJ. And I want to apologize for that. And I am so tired today, so I'm gonna jump off. I want to thank you for having me. I'm so sorry. I'm just like, oh my god, my brain can't function.
You're good. I appreciate
so,
you.
good night, everybody, and apologies for yesterday.
Oh, no problem. It's all good. You don't
Bye,
have to.
everybody. Have a good
Thank
night.
you. Appreciate you.
Bye.
All right. So let me see what else we got here. Let's see. I think I'm covering. Okay. All right. Now, this is when it comes to the two Davids, I wanted to share this. This was from Murder Metal Mayhem. Shout out to his channel. He came out with an interesting video. I think it was like a week ago or something. Discussing both the Davids, and I was like, well, we are going to be talking about that. So I was like, let's go ahead and watch this too. I wanted to share this. Let me see here. Where did I put it? There it is. All right. Murder Metal Mayhem. Here's his channel. And we're going to check out this. Whoops. Did it go in right? All right. There we go. Yep. 666 seconds. All right. Here we go. Let's check out this video. This is him talking about both of the Davids.
Welcome back to Horns High Studios for another episode of 666 Seconds of Murder. That means each one of these videos is less than 666 seconds or 11 minutes and 6 seconds. So let's get started. Going back to the Idaho4 case, you guys like talking about this, so I'm going to give you what you want. Here we go. Talking about a tale of two Davids, old Sigma Chi. This is a good one. Remember, though, with each one of these videos, these are my speculations and opinions. I'm not saying anybody's guilty of anything. This is all alleged. We're just talking about a case that interests us, the Idaho4. Now, I've done a video about the frat boy theory, but some new information has come out to me, handed to me, and I thought it was necessary to do a follow-up video on the two Davids from the Sigma Chi fraternity. Huge thanks to Blogger Girl for doing some awesome research to help me tie some of this together. Now, David Loach has been part of the discussion from the very beginning. He's the guy we heard about who allegedly got into a fight with Ethan at the Sigma Chi fraternity the night before the crimes happened. We heard it because Ethan was making fun of the fact he was using steroids and that it was shrinking his testicles. We also heard Loach had a thing for Xana, so there was certainly some legitimate concern that he could have played a role in the crimes. He's allegedly pictured with K-bar knives at the frat house, and he's known to have a temper. But if it was true he was taking steroids, that certainly is a thing. What was his alibi? He said he was watching YouTube videos, so I guess that's cool he's watching YouTube, but he had the settings on autoplay, so we really don't know if he was actually there or not. Now, we also know about his sidekick, David Baracoa, also known as Barry. He was David Loach's right-hand man, and allegedly in more ways than one. I remembered reading about one of the frat boys having a family that had a background in the professional cleaning business, but I couldn't recall where I read it. It turns out it was mentioned in that infamous 4chan post about the crimes. There was a lot of stuff that made those posts seem very real to me. Just had a really eerie feeling when I read those. So Blogger Girl discovered that David Baracoa's father, Morrison or Maury Baracoa, was part of the American Cleaning Service in Boise. They specialize in commercial cleaning. I had someone in the comments last week that said if there was a person who had knowledge and access to supplies that a company like that would have, they would definitely be able to clean things up in a party house so that there was only one speck of transfer DNA on a sheath and 3 unknown male DNA samples. And that's what made me think about this. I want to find out more about which frat boy it was and if that 4chan post was correct. And it turns out that it was. So did Barry have access to those products and equipment from Boise? Were they already there in Moscow, ready for the job? Now, Boise's over a 5-hour drive away, so it's unlikely they would, or it is likely, they would have had all this stuff in place, especially if they knew this was going to happen. And of course, this is all speculation and alleged, right? We know that this crime most likely took some planning. So in my opinion, if Sigma Chi was involved in this, David Baracoa's access to that stuff could have been part of the plan. His dad was not with the company, though, in 2022, but that's not saying David may not have had access or the knowledge to do a cleanup like this. Maybe he worked for the company during his summer breaks. I mean, I don't know that. It's just speculation. But why would they clean up? Well, they would have known about DNA, and in order to cover up their tracks, they would have needed to clean up any sign that they were there. The 4chan post mentioned wearing gloves and baggy clothes to throw away after the job was done. Maybe the two Davids were among the group of 4 kids running past the Banfield police body cam just after 3 a.m. Were they running? They were running from the house towards Sigma Chi. Another thing about Sigma Chi and the idea that this was likely planned out ahead of time. Remember the third Jack Katovich? He was also a member of Sigma Chi and a friend of Ethan. Now, Ethan's last Venmo transaction was a payment to him at 11:40 p.m., only hours before this happened. I'm not sure of the amount or what it was for, though, but what makes Jack Katovich a bit questionable is that his sister, Elizabeth or Liz, received a Venmo payment earlier that day from Molly G, and the caption read 3:30 a.m. How odd is that? That's the day before the crimes happened. In addition, to add to the strangeness of the Katovich siblings, Jack was the first one to donate to the memorial fund of Ethan in the amount of $6. Does seem like an odd amount. Maybe it was an inside joke. I don't know. The 3:30 a.m. caption is very strange. Could it be a way to let her know what time things were going to kick off on King Road? I mean, it could have been a way for them to communicate about the crimes in a way that they thought the police might not check. The sad thing is they were kind of right, because in my opinion, I don't think law enforcement did a damn thing about any of it. Now, Liz Katovich was a member of the Alpha Phi sorority, the same one that Kaylee Gonzalez belonged to. Another weird coincidence here, in my opinion. I mean, the Alpha Phi and Pi Phis were very likely part of this mess in some way, shape, or form. In my opinion, this case is full of all of these strange coincidences. So how many coincidences do there have to be before you start to think something is going on here? I mean, my gosh. If this house was professionally cleaned to hide evidence, then the fact that David Baracoa had possible access to those supplies and equipment is certainly a bit concerning to me. They would have had plenty of manpower with the frat boys and the sorority girls. The 4chan post claimed they got rid of all the materials they cleaned up over the Christmas or Thanksgiving break when Barry went home to Boise. Is that true? We just don't know. But the other information that 4chan post was putting out was true. So was that true as well? We just don't know. We know that the frats and the sororities are organizations that are good at keeping secrets. So that would explain the fact that maybe nobody's come forward. But I'll admit, it seems rather odd after all this time, no one has come forward at all.
Yep.
But if they were at all involved, anyone coming forward would be implicating themselves in the process.
Right.
But if the prosecution was truly looking into who did this or how many people did this and prosecuting them, then maybe they would give somebody immunity to spill the beans on the whole thing. Who knows? I mean, maybe that will happen. Could this be the exculpatory evidence that Bethany Funk has? Did she see the cleanup crew show up that morning? Did she see the frat boys and sorority sisters there that night? So many questions with Bethany. I've heard a lot of rumor about the crimes happening off-site and then the bodies being moved to the house on King Road. And I thought that sounded a little bit far-fetched, but I guess anything is possible in this case. It could explain the lack of evidence they found there, but with an 8-hour delay in calling 911, certainly you could have made a lot of that stuff go away, especially with the cleanup crew there and plenty of time to, stage a scene, clean up, come up with a story that they were going to tell the police.
And then the volunteers called the MPD and the real EMT. It's crazy when you hear about all this stuff together, man. I really think when you hear the conflicting stories of first responders showing up and it being a traumatic scene, but then first responders were told they weren't allowed to go in, you hear all these different things, man. It makes you, I don't know, it just, the more that we even get into these programs that they're having tonight, it just seems to me like volunteer students were the ones that were in there in the first place, and that's why there was all those delays.
And that's why there was all those people there.
Mm-hmm. And then you got Daddy's service.
Sorry, Rosie.
No, it's fine. I wanted to ask one thing when you're done with that point about the volunteers.
Yeah.
Have you seen the 911 call logs? Have you guys noticed that in the logging system, like the actual numbers, there's gaps? So it'll go from like, say, call 94 to 96.
Yeah, they've actually, because we went into their police logs a few weeks after the crime took place, and you'll notice stuff disappears on those logs. Even when you're going through the older ones that we can go through on an archive, you'll see certain ones appear or disappear depending on what date you're searching. So they're literally taking down and putting back up, removing, not keeping it up. There all sorts of.
So could that relate to the volunteers being involved in a call? Because there is actually a gap, I think, around 2 a.m.
Do you have the logs?
Let me get it.
I would have
it.
to look. Yeah, if you have like a link or something, I'll go ahead and click on it. We could show it. Because I had an archive too. We had an archive page where we could look for, months and different days. Let me see if I can find it too.
It's like the pieces are coming together.
Shit, what was it even called?
Call logs?
It was some kind of archive. Oh, man, what was it? I have so many.
On the internet or something you saved?
No, on the internet. No, it was on the internet. And you could,
yeah.
You could look up by certain days, and then that's when you would see, wait a minute, these weren't available when we searched on this date, but now these are on this date, or these went away after this date. Where in the hell?
Is it on the City of Idaho website?
It looks like the City of Moscow website, but it's an archive.
The City of Moscow, I'm sorry.
It's an archive though, because it shows the people that they weren't interested in, not that they were cleared, but it had that list.
Oh yes.
Because after they took down the 1122 King Road murder page, we went to the archive to show that who they were saying that wasn't, not that they're cleared, but that they were not a person of interest. That list.
Let me see if I can find it.
There's just so much.
It is. It's a lot.
I have so much. I'm trying to. Okay, is this it? Let's see. I think this is it. Yes, this is it. Okay, here we go. Now this should show it. Now it takes a minute to populate. It does take a minute to populate this shit. So it. It isn't archived, so sometimes you have to wait a minute. Okay, so now we should be able to, oh, status error. Okay, crime tips.
Move it to the.
Okay, here we go. Daily activity log.
Mm-hmm.
And this is as of the 23rd. So let me go back, actually. Let me go back to... Let me go right after. Or let me go... Come on.
I did send you what I meant on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Maybe it might be easier for me to navigate that one. Okay, so... let's see here. Can you do me a favor? Can you send it on Discord? Because I can actually zoom it in.
Sure.
If that's okay, because Twitter, it'll show up real small. So MO9893, MO9894, then it goes, so it's missing.
Ooh.
Yeah, so it's missing one. So I'm going to go
You
back
cut out
to
there.
this. Let me see here. Let me go. Okay, not press log. Why did it go to press log? Let me go to a different. How do I change the date? September, August, October, November. So just the 29th. Okay, November 16th. This might be better. Let me go. Let me see if I can go one more. It's going to take a minute to populate. Let's see if I can go. Can I go closer to the day of the crime? So no. Before that, it goes to October 7th. So the 16th. Okay, press log, daily activity, 11. Let's go 11:13. I can hear the music echoing for some reason. Hold on. Let me just turn my music down. Do I believe anybody? Yeah, I've thought like I always thought I'm here. Don't worry, I'm here to help was for Zaina. That's what I always thought it was for in the first place. So it would make sense that I think that if somebody was getting chased, they were chasing Zaina. 108. Okay, so this is what you got. Then it goes to 9895. So this is what. So right here, let me make this bigger. Let me do this, do this, do this, and this is. And then I'll zoom in on what Rosie sent me. So this is what it's going to show is 9893. Then it goes to 9895. In between 1:08 in the morning and 1:43, 3:01 Banfield, 3:38 theft/other. Then the next call is 8:44 in the morning. Then you got Troy Road McDonald's at 10:43. Suspicious person, Rayburn Street, 10:54. Canine search at 11:33. And then you have 11:13 substance, 11:56, 1100 block of King Road. Complaint of unconscious person. Officers and EMS responded. Coroner and detectives notified. Report taken. Suspicious person 1408. Just says Moscow as the address. 1533, homeless female who made a unaliving of herself statement. Let me scroll back up to the King Road and then I'll zoom in. Whoops, where did it go? Right there. Okay, so let me go here. And then if you guys can see this right here, you can see it goes from MO 9893 skips 9894 to MO 9895.
And the time that would be is between 1 and 3?
Yeah, it says 108. It was 108 and 143. So about a half hour.
Okay. All right. I thought it was a little later. I remembered that for some reason.
And then Banfield is 301. Theft 338. It just says South Main Street in Moscow. Then you got 400 block of West 6th Street at 844. Civil standby with old roommates. So an old roommate was moving out that morning and they needed somebody to come watch. They needed an officer to be there to make sure that the person that was getting kicked out wasn't going to cause any issues. Parking problem at Troy Road McDonald's. Vehicle was parked in a handicap without a placard. Really? You're that bored? But you do have to do it. Get them out of there. Tow it. Suspicious person. Rayburn Street, 1054. Vehicle parked with door wide open in parking lot. No report. And then you had the narcotics K9 search, and that was at that coffee shop. Main Street, E&D Street at 1133. So why did it take them 4 hours? This says reported 1156. They showed up at 1158. And it states right here, officers in EMS responded. And then the next call is 4 o'clock. Suspicious person, Moscow. No address. No report. Report of possible drug dealing. Officer made no contact. Officer made contact. No report. $4 hours for pain to get to Moscow. What's up, Bianca? Ticket 85. Talking to the suspect or victims. That's what I want to know. Yeah. Joanne, hold on. Second contribution call out. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. And thank you for your comment on the videos. I appreciate the support. Thank you for becoming a member. We'll be doing our members only OJ 25 coming up tomorrow. It'll be at 2:30 Eastern, bumping it back a little bit just to make it a little more available for some on the West Coast too, because it is super early over there for them when I was doing the other ones. So I'm going to try and bump it back just a little bit and see if that helps everybody. Oh, you're welcome, Joanne. I can't believe... I don't know, man. It sounds to me like there really is, with all the stuff that we kind of went through tonight, it really seems to me like there's a reason for the delay, and it's because volunteers and they had an invested interest on not having the truth. Just too many contradictions with what they say and what's being said, what's being reported, the times it's being reported, the types, you know.
Yeah, and it provides a layer in between, the police, like there's a buffer.
Yeah.
And
Plausible.
yeah, a buffer, a way to get out, in terms of like if there's any litigation. I mean, they don't get out, but there's an explanation at least, like
Yeah. So they don't have to pay money, like plausible deniability. We didn't know. We were doing a good thing,
I wonder what indemnities are signed. Like how does that work for them to just volunteer? Would you know?
What do you mean? They just sign up and see if they
No,
pass
so like,
the course?
Is there like an indemnity that they have to sign when they sign up to say, we're not liable for your error or
I would
something
think
like
that,
that?
I would think.
I would think that the city would have to provide insurance or coverage for them under the city. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cities are usually, it's like residents at a hospital. When you go,
Yeah.
Residents are training, but the hospital still has to provide coverage. So it's the same thing. It's just that the cities are sometimes they have self-insured. They don't have like an insurance company.
Oh, okay. All right.
Like a money maker kind of thing, It's
Yeah.
insurance, and it's also like, with some, I mean, hell, like when I went through why the University of Idaho was created in the first place a long time ago, it was so that Idaho could keep the panhandle from Washington and Montana. They needed a university up there, and they made a University of Idaho before Idaho was even a state. And it's crazy because when you look at the beginnings of the University of Idaho, guess what kept happening? Fires. And what's insurance, money, replacement, all these different things. It's just all this weird, shady stuff going on. It just none of it. It's just so obvious. You can see it all. You can see.
Yeah.
It's all like in front of your face. It's just if you want to look at it or not. Here's some more stuff about the. Whoops. Here's some more stuff about MSM when they were talking about were the frats connected and was the outside we were talking about a little bit ago. Here's Inside Edition and Law and Crime talking about this.
University of Idaho students were learning now that just after 3 a.m, police got a call about a disturbance outside a frat house, just a short walk from the crime scene. The murders happened not long after that call. But is there a connection? Jim Murray reports.
Wait.
A mysterious 911 call sent cops rushing to the street the night the 4 University of Idaho students were murdered. Police logs from that fateful night show a disturbance in this field outside the Sigma Chi fraternity. The Moscow, Idaho Police Daily Activity Log reveals officers responded to an alcohol offense at 3:01 a.m. That's right around the time police say the murders were committed. How close is that frat house to the murder scene? Let me show you. Here's the frat house. You walk across the street and right through these apartment buildings. You then continue up this narrow path, and then you walk up these wooden stairs. And there you are, right at the house. We spoke with Brian Enton, senior national correspondent for the cable news channel News Nation, which is airing a 1-hour special on the case Sunday.
There's a lot of fraternity and sorority houses, and an alcohol call wouldn't be out of the norm. But it's still just weird to think about the fact that the police were so close to this house around the time the murders were happening.
In a statement today to Inside Edition, police said the incident is unrelated to the murders. The frat house is also under the microscope because 2 of the victims, Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle, partied there that night. Investigators are also revealing there was a 6th roommate who lived in the house who wasn't home that night. There was Ethan, Xana, Kaylee, and Madison, the 2 surviving roommates who slept through the attack, and now the 6th young lady whose name we are withholding. Detectives are aware of a 6th person listed on the lease at the residence, but do not believe that individual was present during the incident, a police statement says. There were scenes of raw emotion at a memorial service for all 4 victims at a church in Idaho. Among the mourners, Madison Mogan's boyfriend, Jake.
I know she's in heaven, and I can't wait to see her again.
Also classmates and sorority sisters.
My heart aches knowing I can't see her again in this lifetime. We'll find justice for you, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee. We love you all so much.
And Xana Kernodle's heartbroken dad.
She taught me a lot of stuff. She taught me how to be a dad. And I didn't know that until she was gone, you know?
The police chief has vowed to not let this case go cold, saying they will work continuously.
Welcome back to the Lunch Show here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from Moscow, Idaho, where the investigation into the murder of 4 University of Idaho students seems to be heating up with a little bit of information about a vehicle that police are looking for, and they want to speak to the people who were in that vehicle that was in the area of the homicides on the morning they occurred. Of course, those 4 victims, Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle, 4 young people, their lives snuffed out within minutes. And it's just a horrific, horrific crime that has rocked this small community. We are taking your questions, and we have been this whole hour. Please keep them coming on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, and YouTube, and we will get to as many of them as possible and answer them to the best of our abilities. Jennifer Koffendorfer is a former FBI agent. She is here with us, along with Imran Ansari. He is a host here at Law and Crime and an attorney. I want to start this question with you, Jennifer, or toss this one to you. It comes from Miss Anonymous from YouTube, and she asks, have any leads investigated come from TikTok? What are your thoughts on that possibility?
Oh, I think definitely so. I can tell you my DM box is overloaded with information that's been conducted by different sleuths. And listen, they do amazing work. They're doing what the analysts aren't doing quite yet, or have just started doing within law enforcement, because they're waiting on subpoena returns and court order returns. But the cyber sleuths are in looking at all the social media, and they have found some very interesting clues, things that are being said, definite pictures of this possible Elantra that they have found in the background even of Maddie in one picture. So they're finding great information, and those are being sent in, I can assure you, to the FBI and to the tip line so they can be further evaluated by law enforcement.
And they are collecting that information. The Moscow police has put that information out, that they are asking people to upload any digital evidence to the FBI's website. So that is a place where people can submit that information. We want to take this next question, and it comes from Allison from YouTube, or it might be Alacan. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. Did they interview peeps from the frat house? And let me tell you, I will answer that question. I'll take that one. Yes, they have. And I've spoken to people at the Sigma Chi house where Ethan was a member, and where Xana and Ethan attended the party that night at the Sigma Chi house on November 12th, just a short distance away from the house where the murders occurred. Ethan lived at the frat house, Xana at her home on King Road with Maddie and Kaylee, and those people have been interviewed, and we've been told by the president of Sigma Chi that they are cooperating with law enforcement and have told them everything they know. So that's what we've been told. Imran, this next question will go to you. Fernanda Volcanis from YouTube asks, with no break-in, dog trapped in one of the rooms, no footprints with blood outside the house, couldn't the killer be a friend who went to sleep together and did it without haste and fear? So that's a hypothetical here.
Yeah, Anjanette, no, listen, I think the fact that there was no forced entry and there's no sort of evidence, residual evidence of showing an entrance or exit that may be linked to the killings raises some questions. I think law enforcement most likely started with their investigations, let's say in the 4 corners of that house, and who was in that house at the time, and when they responded to the scene, the roommates, etc. There is that aspect of the house being a gathering point for college students and friends and whatnot. That may complicate things, because the fact that there's no forced entry lends itself to an idea or a theory that this is someone who is familiar with one or all of the victims here. But I think law enforcement started in the closest proximity of where these bodies were found, and they've sort of expanded from that search. But it is very interesting that there's no forced entry, and there's no evidence of entering or exit regarding, say, the bloody footprints or things like that. And I think law enforcement have looked at that, and they continue to look at what was in the four corners, if you will, of the house, and now beyond.
Interesting you bring that up about the entry point, because they're not commenting. I asked specifically Imran and Jennifer, how do you think this person got in the home? And they won't say. Everybody's been speculating about that sliding glass door at the back of the home that leads to the second floor. That seems likely, but we just don't know. It's one of those questions we'd all love to have answered. Jennifer, this next question is for you. It comes from Handsome Hensley on YouTube. Is it possible there may have been some type of altercation at the frat house, or maybe one of the frat members had an issue with them and followed them home? It seems that they must have had knowledge of the layout of the home. Was anybody at the frat interviewed? Well, we know they were, but your thoughts on this possibly being an altercation at the fraternity house and the party? Obviously, these are all just people, asking questions about things they're wondering. Your thoughts on that possibility?
Well, there's a huge hiatus of time between the time they were at the party and the time they returned home, seemingly, at least from the timeline that we have made available to us through law enforcement. So as far as we know, those gaps have not been filled yet. Was there an altercation? We don't know, because we're not privy to those interviews. I can tell you I've personally seen, though, different videos that have been sent to me at various times, certainly interesting verbiage between people at the Sigma Chi house and Maddie and others. So, they're going to be looking at all of this. Did anybody have an issue? But I think because here we are weeks out and we still don't have a prime suspect, we are at the furthest reaches of the web that are on the peripheral of these individuals, meaning they are not the most obvious suspects, seemingly, or else we would probably have that suspect named by now.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. Just briefly, Imran, we don't have a lot of time left, but as a former prosecutor, how involved would the actual prosecutors be in this case? Because obviously the law enforcement does the investigation, but the prosecutor has to win the case should it ever go to trial or be prosecuted. So we know that the prosecutor hasn't really said much since an interview about a week ago, but briefly, how involved do you think he is in the inner workings of this investigation?
Sure. So, Anjanette, that's a great question, because, ultimately the ammo that the district attorney's office or the prosecutor's office there will have to use against the individual, if they are ever found, is what is gleaned from the investigation by law enforcement. It's very important. And I think that in the background, they are riding along, if you will, with this case and making sure that any evidence is preserved correctly for the use at trial, if that day ever comes.
Yeah, definitely. And that is what they're working toward here. The police say that they're keeping things close to the vest because they don't want to compromise the investigation or a future prosecution. And they've said that very plainly, even though it's frustrating not only the families and members of the public. Imran, thanks so much for letting me hop on here. I'm going to turn it back over to you. Jennifer Coffendorfer, thank you as well for joining us for this hour. And thank you as well.
All right. I wanted to share that real quick, and then we'll flip it right back over to this and put that right back up there.
I still can't believe that.
Had to make me some coffee.
I can't believe this.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
Then the stuff that the programs and stuff. I mean, this isn't going to be, this highlight just I came across it and I was like, holy shit. It was just an idea. Now, as we got into the show tonight, shout out to the community because who knew? And I'm sure as we dig more stuff into it, there's going to be even more stuff that we kind of go through and we're going to show you. But it really makes me wonder, is this the reason why we never understood the delays the whole time? Is because they don't even talk. You even go to the article where the frat finally, talks, but all they're saying is, hey, we don't have we don't have the investigative whatever. We're leaving it up to them. We answered all their questions, and then there's nothing that we can say, so they don't want to say nothing either.
No, and wow.
It's the only thing that makes sense for the delays, because why would LE, why would they have some, EMS show up at noon and then they're not showing up till 4 or whatever? It's like, well, then you're just showing a complete lack of incompetence.
I thought that some patrol cops showed up along with the first responders with the EMS.
Yeah, that's what they say. But if you go by the first responders that they're going by, it's not, because those first responders weren't allowed into the crime scene.
Right.
So
the real first responders.
Yeah, the real first responders, the interns / volunteers,
God.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yep. Because then they showed up and like, shit, we need to have a plan of action.
It makes sense.
Got to figure out a plan of action. Typically unique. Thank you so much. Contribution call out $1.99 super chat. Awesome show, CJ. Awesome show to the community because, like I said, I was just doing notes and I looked at it and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. And I just had the idea and then I dropped it in the chat. And then the community was like, boom, boom, boom. It took us a minute, but we were like, boom, boom, boom. So that's why I say all of us broke this news, because really I just threw the idea out there because I came across this, and then, the community is the one, sending the links and stuff that we've gone over, and I'm sure we'll be going over more too. I don't know. It just makes sense.
It does. It's a lot of sense. And their whole procedures about checking things, about the plan, and they're the first, they can act as first responders. I mean, geez.
Mm-hmm. And they got the invested interest to
scam,
not let the truth get out there. And then you think about it like this, like university. So with the University of Phoenix, Idaho deal, and University of Phoenix Online and Idaho deal, when it comes to the secrecy, okay, they talk about the non-disclosure agreement that they had. And when you hear the University of Phoenix Online talk about the non-disclosure, well, it's because the University of Idaho wanted the non-disclosure. You hear from the University of Idaho about the non-disclosure. The University of Idaho says it's the University of Phoenix that wants the non-disclosure. It's the same thing. We can pass the buck on somebody else that can then pass the buck on somebody else. That buck goes back to the first person you passed it on. And then they repeat the same process over and over. So nobody has to answer a damn thing. And everybody has plausible deniability.
It sounds like the gag order.
It's crazy. I think we just uncovered something together today.
Wow.
I'm wondering. There's got to be more about this.
I'm getting cold. I'm going to get something, a jacket.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Let me see here. 1 second. See if there's something else I got for you here. And let's see, we'll get into that Charles Capone thing another night. What else? I swear there was something else. I thought there was a little program. Maybe it's in Discord. Yeah, hold on. It might be in Discord. Let's see. That's the volunteer program. No. Oh, yeah. I wanted to show this too. This is the one when I was looking it up earlier. I was trying to what is the exact time that MPD showed up? And I came across this article, and shout out to Diane too. She sent it to me as well. This is where it says that they showed up at noon. You see here, right here. 11:58 a.m. A 911 call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phone seeking help for an unconscious person. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived. And this is from the local TV station, Krem 2. They're on the up and up. This isn't no MSM bullshit. 12 p.m. Officers arrived. Officers respond to King Road House at 12 p.m. The first officers arrived at the house sometime after noon. Less than 30 minutes later, more officers arrived. So that's when you see the video of the dude with the thick mustache and the glasses like mine, shutting the door on his SUV, double checking to make sure it's locked, and then walks up the street to go to the crime scene. So that's another, is it
Okay.
4 or is it 12?
Well, it sounds like in terms of that report that you showed earlier where Kathy Mabbott signed it was somebody there who kind of wrote up that document and then she just signed off on it as well.
But she has to be the one.
I know. But that is definitely the time. I mean, it's coming up everywhere.
It's like we're watching it, but instead of dramatic stares and love triangles, we got plot twist and questionable. I don't know. It just makes me feel like, I don't know. I just have a feeling like this is something. I really feel like, man, wouldn't that be crazy if the reason the delays is because of the intern volunteer program that they have, and it was their own, and they didn't want.
Yeah, and I wonder who's on there, whose names are on there for that night. Watch it be all of these,
Yeah, right. And watch it be somebody that has some kind of similarities to the crime, if you know what I mean, and watch them be on that volunteer list.
Just speculating.
Right. Yeah. That's why we got that ticker at the bottom. But man, and what better way to have yourself excluded from the crime than to go put your DNA, or you already know that you're going to be able to put your DNA at the crime scene before investigators show up and start collecting evidence. Who knows? Maybe one of the persons, that's why the footprint was cleaned up. Maybe when that person came back through the crime scene and they're like, "Oh shit, that's my footprint." Fuck.
Yeah, like what Matt says, it's like
off of a different shoe.
The truth is out there, like the X-Files. The truth is out there somewhere.
I don't know. I think this program is going to be I think it's going to uncover more stuff. Because, I mean, geez, just the shit that we went through tonight with the program and the hours and the shifts and how they're all linked together and the awards and the companionship and how it can save the city money. The university can look good, you know. What university doesn't look good offering volunteer internships for the trades that these students are going for? I mean, you look like, oh my gosh, it's fun. What? Look at that. I mean,
it explains so much. It provides like a real solid explanation. Like it goes. They're run by the I mean, the whole university is running this show. Even even the fraternities and
you look at it, and I mean, tell me if I mean, I don't know, because this is how I feel tonight. Not only after kind of thinking that, and then everything from you guys kind of like, you know, I drew the flower and you all gave me the color to fill it in, you know? And so it's like now after we see this flower that was drawn and then colored in, now it's almost like, man, there's so many things about the case that never fucking made just absolute sense. And now I'm even going beyond like just the delay, and I'm sitting there going, dude, this makes sense. This is starting to make sense. Like the no sign of the exit.
And we figured out the unconscious person report, what that provides immunity for the person calling.
Or like if you heard somebody like it, what if Steve G, what if he said was true, where one of the students did say that somebody chased, because they don't have to put it in the PCA. Steve might think it's in the PCA because he knows more. And so maybe that's why he let it slip, right? About being chased down. And then you're going to tell me you hear somebody being chased down the crime scene, and then you're I don't know who it was, bushy eyebrows, you know?
Yeah.
Who says you didn't know who it was, and you're just trying to shut up because you don't even want to be that future victim, just like nobody else is talking.
And like Steve G, he probably does say things, and he thinks it's in the PCA because he does know so much. So he's thinking that the PCA would include it. Like he's just, it's like seeping out of his pores. It's like, you know,
he just wants the truth. He wants the right thing to happen for his daughter and their friends, and that's all he should, you know. And I still like, even people are like, he shouldn't be saying that, you know, with the video that I put out. He shouldn't be saying. It's like, yo, if anybody remembers, shit, Steve was the only one we were getting information from. It's the little times he was having those interviews, and you know, he lets it out. And I think the reason it's not because he wants stuff to get out there that hasn't been put out there before. I think what it is it's frustration as a father, seeing that the justice is not fucking happening, and he doesn't want to compromise, but at the same time he's like, yo, let's move this along.
Yeah, and I did see some comments like with attorneys, you know, commenting on that hearing, and that's not how it's supposed to go. I mean, I wanted to make sure, so I looked at other.
So here it is, Northern Quest's best car ever.
Shotgun.
Anton already called it.
That was weird. I was sitting there forever, and then all of a sudden it starts playing a commercial. I don't know.
Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Oh,
I know. Damn you.
Well, maybe that's why the commercial came on, so it could interrupt me and I'd forget what I'm saying.
No.
You said something about how it's not how it's supposed to go, and then
right. So that hearing was not something that was supposed to go down like that. I mean, come on. It's like they were chummy with each other. Not that that's bad, but the whole I wasn't reading your mind, you know. the whole thing. I mean, and him not knowing about the Supreme Court, whether whether he's asking Bill Thompson. So so right now we can keep going, right? I mean, we don't have to stop, or do we have to stop? Is it stayed because they filed the petition? Okay, you should know that. I mean, other attorneys were saying that too, and so it's like, yeah, you should know that. That's not what you would expect in a court. Like he wouldn't be asking the status of the petition to the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court to the attorneys. I mean, he would be the first to know because it's his decision. So it's bizarre. It's just
Yeah, and also, I mean, was he asking the state and the defense equally, or was he just asking the state?
I just heard him ask the state, and then he may have asked both, but I just heard him ask the state, and then at least that's what I thought I heard. And then
I don't remember.
And then Ann Taylor chimed up and she said, the last I've heard is that they filed the defense filed an objection to the application or petition, whatever it was, and that's the last I've heard. And they haven't heard anything back from the Supreme Court. And I thought I heard the other guy arguing for the prosecution. I thought I heard him say that there's no time limit by which the Supreme Court can accept it or reject it. I thought I heard that.
Yeah, I did hear him say if they're even going to take it. So, I mean, I don't know when they're supposed to give feedback. I wouldn't know any of that, but it is. I also found that part a little bit strange, to be honest with you. But I mean, I don't know the law, but I mean, it felt like he was addressing the state, getting direction almost, and then he was questioning the defense based on that answer almost.
Yeah, and somebody said he's never done a death penalty case.
Yeah.
And I'm is that true?
What's up, Camber? Yeah, that's what Ann Taylor has, but Bill Thompson, I guess, hasn't.
How about the judge?
I don't think the judge.
He's never had.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thompson has. Yeah, the judge, I don't think has. That's
well, that makes sense because that's why he went and looked up the mitigating. What that has to be done for the mitigating part of the case. Mm-hmm. That's not what she's talking about.
Mm-hmm. But wouldn't he have to know that mitigating stuff for sentencing that's not death penalty related as well?
He should.
Well, it's death. Well, it is death penalty related.
I mean, for other cases he's done that weren't death penalty cases, so he should know those anyway for that phase.
I know that.
I would think that you would have to.
I'm not even from there.
Yeah, that's one of the things I imagine you would have.
Criminal law, criminal law 101. They teach you that, and they teach you just the procedures, how things go generally, and all. It's I know that, so that's why I'm thinking to myself, why would he be thinking that she needs to do all this work for the mitigating for the mitigating evidence? She's talking about the main case before he gets, before he gets convicted. She's trying to get that stuff, and she's even going further back on the probable cause because it's, she's going back to the IGG and stuff, like, how did you get to my client? And that's would be my first question. How did you get to my client? I swear, sometimes I feel like I'd want to sit down with the judge and go to the PCA and say, look, they say he was here.
Yeah.
He was here. Okay. And then they also say that the murders were committed at that time. Well, guess what? His alibi is that he was over here, like you people say. So he couldn't have done it.
Yeah. So if they're right, they're wrong. But if they're wrong, they're right. It's
like, we're done.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to mention something to you, Rosie. You know how, and I don't know if you were in these shows or not. Speaking of our incel shows, Rosie, this is something else I just thought about. Everything that we were talking about when it comes to the internship and the volunteership, right? And how Sigma Chi gets awards. If anybody remembers, the other episode, I started, and even shows after that, I started to talk about, remember, like a church group. Does anybody remember me talking about like an incel group, but it being from the Church of Moscow, right? So I'm sitting here as we were kind of going through all the stuff with Sigma Chi, and then it got me also to wonder, well, I did have the theory about if it was an incel group, we discussed, and I went through the reasons why maybe an incel group from that church might be have motive to commit this crime. Now I'm wondering, are there any church members from Church Christ that are part of this volunteer program? Maybe not Sigma Chi.
Churches do have volunteer programs, right? Where they.
Well, I'm saying, what if, like, because when we go into that church stuff, right? And how I talk about how it's a bubble inside of the Moscow bubble, and the bubble's like 2,000 people, and they don't intermingle with the outside bubble of Moscow because of the sin, the sin.
Okay.
And so what if you have to be 18? Okay, you have to be 18 but it doesn't say that you have to be from Sigma Chi. This is, even though it's linked with Sigma Chi, they offer that, I'm sure, to other members. And who, if you're a church, wouldn't that look better for you if you had some members that were volunteer? So that was your excuse for intermingling with the outside bubble that you don't want your followers to intermingle with. And then who says that because they are finally out, the incel group from that church, they're finally out taking calls and going around and seeing the sin that's taking place as they're volunteering for these programs, would that incel group then get motivated to then commit that crime? It's just, maybe it's not just Sigma Chi we got to look at. Maybe it's other things too when it comes to this volunteer program. Because if you take Sigma Chi and you just put in the church, and then you talk about the same things and the same matchups and the same everything, I think it could be easily just as legit as whatever organization it is.
I think that makes sense, because then there's still, in terms of the incel ideology as a motivation, then there's, it's doubled, because then there's a church affiliation on top of that. So it would be even more.
Because you hear how they talk about the females and how they shouldn't be doing this and they shouldn't be doing that and shouldn't be doing this, and how angry they get at anybody that wants to disagree with how they view what their women should and shouldn't be doing. And then also, not only that, but their view on sex and sexualization and bikinis and taking photos and making money and all these other different things. And then those same people don't, it's always like that incel theory, right? You don't have a choice. It's forced on you. It's forced on you if you have to go take calls as a volunteer.
Yeah.
So it would be a theory in a way that it's something that's kind of incel-ish, but it's also just based in that level of, I don't think this is offensive, like male supremacy.
Yeah, like there's a couple guys that are part of the church that have grown up together, right? And they have those issues with females because of how it's.
And then it's ethical on top of incel.
Right. And then it's because the reason is that you're doing this is because you're trying to get rid of the sin in this world.
And then also, if you have volunteer first responders, the chances that they've been to that property before are higher because they might have responded to other unconscious persons who were actually unconscious on the weekends. So they might have even been inside the house before and had a look around at, what did you say, the sin?
Right.
That, I mean, that would I think boil up their frustration if they had to go and actually treat the females medically. I mean, speculatively, I think
either one.
Yeah.
And they would, and they would feel justified, and they would have their own reason to keep it quiet. And you put the same volunteer worker that maybe committed that crime and then came back to make sure that their DNA evidence could be excluded from the crime, and that's why they didn't have DNA other than on a button snap, because your
And they're
DNA's
familiar
already been excluded.
What they
familiar
want,
with medical instruments as well. So
yeah, what they want is they want to use the buccal swab of the DNA that they got from Koberger, but they can't use that because they got that through the IgG. The IgG is what pointed them in the direction. So it's like you're missing. There's before you get to the buccal swab, you have them getting trash from the Pennsylvania, going all the way to Pennsylvania, wasting all those resources, going and getting DNA from the trash. And then, so it's like they want their cake and eat it too, but it's like, gosh. And then at that Christ Church, I don't know if I can say that.
Yeah, you're good.
They hire, people who they try to rehabilitate people who have come out of jail, at prison. So not that means anything, but it's just the point I wanted to make.
it's a factor.
It's a factor, yeah.
I'm just, when you listen to how to try and sum it up, because I've talked to people, and one of them, other people know here from the show. I don't want to say name, but when you hear their stories about how the church is and what they expect, and you see it here on YouTube, they don't hide it. They come out with shit all the time, and you can see it. That's how I found out how they treated their women, is because I watched their sermons, and
this is the burning
when you're teaching your young children, they're taught this way, their bubble is this big, you can create incels. Think about it. Just think about it. You don't even have to be in a tiny ass town. It's the type of message that they're preaching. It can be in a big city. It's the type of message that they're preaching. And if they're preaching the stuff that they're preaching here, when it comes to it, do you not breed incels? Because you're already, you can't have any kind of relations until marriage. You're not allowed to even be boyfriend and girlfriend within your own community until a certain age. You're restricted. Then your pool is such a small pool because of the small bubble, so then you're also restricted there, and you're closed off because you're in that little teeny bubble inside of a small bubble, restricted. And then you go out into the real world, which is quote Moscow, and then you see all of this partying and the sin and everything, and you're going home and you're mad because you see these attractive girls and they don't even look at you because you're so damn awkward because of what was jammed into your head. So you're awkward. You're social, you have social issues because you were in a freaking bubble. So you already have social issues outside of there. I mean, you see how it can actually breed the freaking incels. because I bet a lot of them didn't even have their first kiss yet because they weren't allowed to because they would get reprimanded. And then you're thrown into bikinis and parties and alcohol and loud music, and then you're having to go out and make these calls, and you're sitting there as a person that grew up being taught that your way is the right way and nobody else's way is any way to live. Well, then you're seeing this taking place and you're like, that's not the way to live. Look at all that sin. And then you keep seeing it over and over, and then you keep seeing all these guys and these girls, and they're having fun and they're drunk and they're hugging, and I'm sure maybe even walked into some stuff going on at some points, and you're just like, this is so sinful and this is disgusting and this is not how you live. This is not how, so this person taught us. This is not how we're supposed to do it. And then they commit the crime.
Yeah, you get like you get like the frustration that they're seeing this right in front of their eyes, the frustration of it. So that's one way, that an incel can be made or created, or But and then there's others who for some reason have had bad experiences with women, I think, and maybe a mother-son relationship wasn't good, or maybe they're just awkward and they develop this, these, I'm never going to get that. And, look at them having fun, and it's just plain jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be about the fun that they would be seeing outside of their own community, because they would still be expecting to marry inside their community. So I think it would be about before that and the resentment. But if you're looking at the volunteer program still, I think the exposure to it would be really intense for them, and it would be a shock.
Oh yeah, I can't imagine.
Go out and sorry, the sun is coming up here. That's why it looks so funny.
Oh yeah.
I think that would really freak them out. And in terms of, I've often wondered about the actual ability to commit these crimes. I know that, I've seen my fair share of horrible things. I've never seen 4 at the same time, but I've wondered how would I react if I saw that? And as somebody who's seen more than the average, I don't think I would be okay to see that. So I've also wondered how desensitized and what kind of exposure would you have had to these kinds of scenes to be able to actually do that or see that?
Not much.
Really?
I'm sure. Yeah, because it's Moscow. You're talking, it's mostly noise complaints. They're not going to see any of this stuff.
But medically speaking.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Well, I don't think to even be an EMS, I don't think you even have to. I think you just do a couple training programs on how to give CPR. I don't think you even go through any. I don't even think you go through seeing photos of graphic nature, do you?
Really?
I think you just take a couple courses and you're good to go.
It's different here. The reason, Yoli, the reason that a lot of international people come here for our hospitals is for the exposure.
Yeah, that's why.
Because they can go back to their country and be like, okay, I've worked.
It's like coming over here and doing the work over here is cake compared to working at the main hospital in Cape Town.
It's cake.
It's and so
I've met a lot of international people who have come here and they're like, I just want to see this hospital. I've heard about it. I've done medical training. I've never gotten a chance to actually see it. I've heard about it, and they go back desensitized. It's unfortunate, but
you have to be. Like I said, my friend is faced with he knows this person was shot and he was running away from the cops because of he was abusing, essaying a minor, and he has kids, and so he knows all this. He's been given report, the gunshot wound, blah blah blah. And so he has to save him.
Mm.
It's like,
yeah, it's
you
like
need
that here. Yeah.
oath to do that. So I'm sorry, let me read this. In a case like this, shouldn't it be expected? Well, I would think so. But I mean, each state has their own rules, but this was the FBI, right? This was the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
So I would think the FBI would, well, maybe not. I don't know. I don't
Do
know
what they want.
The FBI probably can do what they want.
Yep.
I mean, but to be busting down, okay, so like it cracks me up. I mean, they've arrested serial killers, peacefully out in the street in New York. They just arrest them and they come and they show them and they take them. And this kid, I call him a kid, but Koberger, PhD student, awkward as hell. They go do this whole SWAT thing. It was busting doors. I'm thinking, what are you trying to do to this kid? Do you want him to unalive himself too? Like, I mean, do you want to do what you did with the other BK?
It's like the 911 call, right? Okay, so you're not gonna like DM. Okay, so you're not gonna call it for your friends, but you're not gonna call it for you. You don't want to call 911 to make sure you're safe. Same thing right here when it comes to the body cam. People that did the apprehension, you don't want a body cam on your vest to make sure it covers your ass because you're always supposed to be doing the right thing anyway, right? Same thing.
And it's a big thing. It's an important thing.
Mm-hmm. All right, listen, if I'm on that, listen, I'm already knowing I'm trying to do it the right way. So what the fuck do I need to hide? I want to make sure that I have that for when if something takes place, I'm covered to show that I was the one that was in the right. Because why would I want to, if you're not doing anything wrong, then there's nothing to hide.
No, they teach us in our training in my forensics degree when they say, reading rights, all of these things, it's made to be, it is the rights of the suspect, but do it for you. Exactly the same.
Yep.
It's for yourself. So,
and for the victims. I mean, if you don't do it and he's a killer and he goes free because you didn't do it, then it's terrible. He goes free.
And even if you're a selfish shitbag, you do it for yourself. Like even if you don't care about your friends, that you obviously know something happened because I mean you heard the echoes and how thin everything is there already from the TikTok videos that they did to say that nobody heard anything. I mean, come on.
Sometimes I sleep like a rock and I don't hear anything. But
yeah, but she didn't. She opened her door 3 times.
Oh, yeah, she said that. She should have just said I was sleeping the whole time. Yeah. What are they gonna do?
I got a really interesting comment on one of my videos from someone who said he was a psychiatrist, and he, I think I'm gonna do a video on his comment. But what it said was that if you go into a frozen shock phase, as your adrenaline starts lifting from whatever it is that you saw, you're going to start getting more and more rational, and that's something that's going to be quite quick. So,
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Okay, so he said that if you go into a frozen shock phase from exposure to some kind of frightening stimulus, then as your adrenaline increases, that should increase your rationality, and then it's going to spur on some kind of action. So you're going to check on your friends, call 911. And he said that an adrenaline spike is not going to take 8 hours. So if you go into a frozen shock phase, you'll come out of it quicker. Yeah. And he said the only scenario in which he feels as a psychiatrist that she could have gone into something that would last 8 hours was if she was very intoxicated, in which case he doesn't expect she would remember the encounter because she would have to be in a state that is so bad that it could take 8 hours to recover from. He doesn't believe that she would have anything meaningful to tell investigators. So either it was an 8-hour delay and that was genuine, but then it doesn't make sense that she remembers the encounter, or she was in a condition to call 911 and remembers the encounter. So he's saying that she's fitting into too many different scenarios. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I'm going to dissect that comment and make it general, but I thought it was a really interesting comment. I should actually get it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and in
sure,
general,
yeah.
your body can't sustain 8 hours of adrenaline.
No, you would have your body would go into shock.
No, it would.
Yeah.
You can't sustain it. I mean,
Then you're in a coma.
so a frozen shock means that adrenaline's kicking in. You can't sustain that adrenaline for long. I mean, sure, it gives you a lot of energy and power, but your body can't.
Oh, burnout.
Take that. What's this?
Oh, she's just making a comment about the conversation.
The third time.
She would have been out saying, "Come, like you
Me
can you
too.
fucking hear me?" I
What
just
is-
started laughing because it was funny as shit.
I'm sorry, I missed that whole thing.
No, it wasn't meant for you to respond to. It was just meant to highlight comments as we're
It's
having the
like,
conversation.
if I have to go to my door a third time, you're going to know about it. I'm not
Right,
going to be happy.
right. Yeah, it wasn't nothing
Not
for you
3
to
times.
read or anything.
Maybe
like
one.
that, no, it was just to highlight people's comments as we're having this conversation.
It's true, though.
Yeah, it is. Like, if I gotta say, that's probably when she said, "Shut the fuck up." But
No, there's so many holes that the person who put that PCA together maybe didn't have a lot of forethought.
nope, he was
Well,
just asked
yeah.
to rush it. Oh shit! We got somebody. Oh shit! Hold on.
You got a caller?
No. Why do we here? We can open up the phone calls. I don't.
We
They
got-
won't.
What's going on now?
Yeah, they won't be able to hear you. I haven't got that. I have to get a soundboard for that.
What did you say? You got somebody?
I didn't say that.
Oh God. Here.
I thought, okay.
Did you hear that?
I
That I got somebody.
Yeah, he said, "Oh, we got somebody." And I said, "Oh, we'll call her."
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you can call if you want. Shoot. Here's the phone number if you want. What were we talking about here? Let me see. So I do kind of want to go into more of the two Davids on the next show. And then I know we're all probably going to be looking up more stuff when it comes to, I wonder if there's like if there's like a fall 2022 roster of volunteer workers and the program.
And
There's got to
actually-
be a fall roster, huh?
That should be public record.
Yeah, look at the fall roster and the spring roster, because I bet you the person that has something to do with it ain't part of it in the spring.
Sorry, that's a good point.
Yeah. So look
Sorry.
at the names that don't exist on the spring roster, because if you got away with it, I don't think you'd. I don't know. I just have a feeling like that person wouldn't be showing up.
Well, it seems
Damn, I got lucky. Now it's time for me to cut my losses before I end up, losing all my bets. Well,
It seems like Barachoa is in Spain. The 1D.
yeah. Yeah, we'll talk about those too, because we were going to talk about more about those two tonight until this thing came across my lap, and I was just like, oh
Okay.
shit. So it totally changed everything that I had planned for the show tonight, and I had to retool it to the highlight that I came out with earlier. So yeah, we went into like this much stuff of what I had prepped for the whole day to go into tonight, but those happen, and I don't mind it, because it
So
always.
you still want more info on the Davids?
Yeah, like we barely even touched that, just because that stuff that, before the show, it just totally changed the whole dynamic of the show for tonight, and that's totally fine because I love it. Because I like when I always like the on the fly thinking. I feel I'm at my best when I'm going through something fresh and right away, and then that's when I get the most juice out of the orange when it comes to my thought process and how I kind of analyze everything. And so, like, when we have nights like this where, oh shoot, there's an idea, and then all of a sudden we're getting stuff as we're going through the evening, I feel like those are the best shows because I think that we really, you get that live, on the fly, just critical thinking, and you're not overthinking it, and when you overthink it, sometimes you might have way too much and then the little things don't make sense. So when you don't overthink it, you do on the fly.
On the fly.
Yeah. You're not going too much, so you're not overthinking it.
I totally get it.
Yeah.
Yep. What did Crime Solver said it was the crisis actor syndrome? I don't know.
Crisis actor?
Where you like you either procrastinate or you come into something right away, you just go with it.
Yeah. There's no procrastination in my ass. I wish I had some. I wish I had some.
There's no procrastinating until you have like an hour before the things due,
I'm just too busy. Yeah. An hour before it's due. Juice it, baby. What's up, Minnesota? So yeah, that's it. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything. I don't want to go into something else because then we're just going to go into like another hour of a show. It's already kind of late. Let me just see if there's anything breaking real quick, and then we'll be back tomorrow. So if you're just joining the show, definitely go back to the beginning. Actually, first, watch this short highlight here. Watch this highlight here, and then come to the intro of the show tonight, because I kind of go into it more and more and more from the intro as we're getting into the show. So I'm probably gonna make a part 2 of the video I put out earlier just to add this extra stuff that we went into, because this shit, I don't know, it just makes too much damn sense, man.
It does. I mean, it's like, oh my God.
It just makes too much damn sense.
It's the whole structure. Like they structured it to avoid liability.
Yeah. Which is what they do with everything. University of Phoenix. No reports. I mean, hell, you just saw the one log that we were going through, and it was talking about somebody possibly selling rugs, and then they talked to the person, no report taken.
Come on, like
right there. It's like
there has to be a report.
They'll do the noise complaint, and they'll do the underage alcohol task force, and they'll write up tickets and reports for that. But when it comes to a possible rug dealer and you talk to the person and then no report, what?
I wonder if I could try that with my boss. No report.
Yeah, downplaying everything.
Well, I remember seeing something like when the budgeting of Idaho, of Moscow, Idaho, where they propose their budgets and they look at deficiencies in various areas of agencies in the city. And I do recall that the Moscow Police Department, they had like a problem list, and one of them was failing to take reports. So the city is on notice of that. They put it out there. It's a public document. It's on the internet. So they know that Moscow PD are deficient in taking reports. So it's like, okay, well, what are you going to do about it? And maybe
if you find that,
I sent it to you. I think I sent it to you.
You did?
The email, yeah.
Do they not have to hand in a pocketbook at the end of the day? Do they not have to hand in a pocketbook at the end of the day? The police?
Pocketbook.
Yeah, like what they write all their stuff on, but really,
Okay, so you
that's
know the
most of
police
it
have
is
like
in a laptop. Yeah,
Oh,
it's like
really?
in a
Okay, so here they have a little notebook, and the police have to write down everything they do, and then at the end of the day, they have to hand that in, and then that, in all cases, the original has to go to court.
Oh no.
So
Here it's like the dispatch records, you know, they show when they called, you know, when they called the police, and then it shows that the police responded, and then the disposition will show what happened and no report. That's how it, I mean, maybe they do, maybe some
I don't know. I mean, anytime I've experienced one, they always flip through a whole bunch of other pages. Like they just keep their note. It's almost like this, like they use their reports for the court process. And then if they need to go back into their own personal notes, I think they can. But, you know, as like if they do go to court, well, let me see here. This is what I got written down. More of like think about it as a business, right? If you're a manager, you know, you're writing notes and you're taking notes on employees and events and things. I had to reprimand this guy this time. Well, you got your documents that you turn into HR, your Word documents or whatever, but then you also have your own personal notes. And then if you ever need to go back to them because somebody's trying to fight unemployment or something like that, well, then you can go back to your personal notes and be like, no, this is what we talked about. You know, this is specifically what was said, stuff like that. So I could see it being
here
like
they have
that
to
too.
be handed in. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, so, yeah, I sent that to you that they do know about the problem, and it puts them on notice for something. I mean, that's why when you look at public agents, public entities, you look for notice. Did they have notice of certain things? Because that's going to be the main thing. And so when I saw that, I thought, whoa, they have notice. They have an issue. They have an issue with no reports. So I'll send it to you again, CJ.
Yeah. Do me a favor and send it to me again. And to know, live chat is always available on my videos because I'm the one that clicks it when I do the video. So the thing with live chat is you have to give it like an hour, depending on how long the show is, because YouTube has to populate that before it shows up. So it's always like an hour or two after a video's done, and then you'll notice the live chat come in there. But I know for sure it is because I selected every time live chat replay, and subscribers only for 5 minutes or longer
Oh, live
every
chat?
time I make a video. Huh?
Oh, really? So you can see the live chat?
I can. Some people don't allow live chat replay. I do. It's a setting whenever you go to set a stream. There's
Oh.
different things that I check, like minimal commercials. I make sure that it's live chat and live chat replay is selected. That subscriber 5+ minutes is selected.
Right.
You know, there's things that you gotta do whenever you set up a live stream. So I know for sure
I've
it just
never
takes
been able
time.
to. Sorry, I've never been able to see it on a phone. If I watch replay on the computer, then you can see it there. But on the phone, I think that maybe that's what it is.
Oh, so maybe it takes longer than that on the phone or something, or just
Maybe,
not
I
at
don't know.
all, or
I haven't seen it on a phone, but it might. I mean, it might be my phone's fault. I don't know.
yeah. I know I've heard of some people, not being able to see it on the phone, but they were on the computer. So it might be that, or maybe it might be an update with YouTube
Oh
or
God,
something.
please don't tell me about updates.
Yeah. So try that out, or but yeah, usually it's like an hour or two, and then it'll populate. What's up, Brad?
Hi, Brad.
Yeah, it's great. I'm telling you guys, watch this. Anybody just joining, seriously, watch this link here. It's like a 2 or 3 minute video. It ain't very long at all. And then come back to this show and start at the intro when you start hearing me talk. And we just kind of go into it. And for the next 2.5 hours, we're shout out to the community. Everybody was sending us information, and it was just kind of that flower was being colored in as we went on through the evening. So I'm going to try and take some good clips of the show tonight of the other stuff and make a part 2 of the video from earlier. But yeah, definitely check it out. It's pretty crazy shit, and it's going to make you think a little bit differently when it comes to these delays. Not only the 8-hour, the 9/11 call, and when MPD supposedly showed up, and then also being able to get away with the crime without anybody knowing how the person left. Because if you can have your DNA excluded, well, what better way to be? What better way if you can have it excluded? So, all right, everybody. I'm going to end the evening. I will be back on, like I said, tomorrow. The OJ, we usually did it at 1 Eastern. Tomorrow, we're going to do it at 2:30 Eastern to make it a little more convenient for everybody since it is early on a Sunday. Yeah. So I'm gonna try and start doing them at 2:30 Eastern just for make it more convenient for others. And then I'm not sure what we're going to do tomorrow night, but I will be back tomorrow. So if you are a member, please come hang out. And I didn't make a trip to Delphi, and I'm still waiting to see what the weather's going to look like. It didn't work out today. And so I'm going to have to try maybe for during the week or something. I don't know. It just depends on the weather. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Golf. Thank you, Yoli. Thank you, everybody.
Do you want me
Thanks for
to
your hard work.
do you want me to send you what I was going to send you to your Discord or email?
Yeah.
Or?
Yeah. Do me a favor. Just drop it in the Idaho4 info drop folder, and then it'll be available for everybody. And then they can see too. Yep. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you. Have a good night. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night, Rosie. Good night, CJ.
Good night. Thank you. Appreciate you.